put your water?
Yeah, to have something. It would be
We're
quite,
talking, no one can hear us.
quite nice.
We gotta get going, guys. I'm going back up there.
Yeah, that would have been practical. That would have been nice.
Oh, hello. Oh. You can hear me now.
Yeah,
There we go. Hello, everybody. Wow. Well, of course, right up. Oh. Eric, help. All good. There we go. Crystal clear. Well, first of all, welcome everybody. Thank you so much for coming to our third annual Dirtfish Women in Motorsport Summit. We're so happy to have you all here. I know that the weather forecast has been a little bit daunting, but we've been doing our sun dances and it's holding out pretty well for us so far. So thank you all for being willing to brave the elements, to those of you who trailered a car out here or who drove a Lamborghini out here, not knowing if it would snow or rain or sleet. Thank you so much. We have so many exciting things on the agenda today. We've got all new women-owned businesses, women-owned food trucks, our awesome DJ Mixtress. Yes. We're growing every year and it's all thanks to you, so thank you so much for being here. I have three women sitting next to me who need no introduction at all, but who I'm going to introduce anyway. Two of whom joined us last year as well. So, first of all, to my right, the legend, PRC. Hello. Steve, come on. You all know who she is, but maybe we can get a stick mic here just in case as backup. And here comes the drone. It's chaos. Well, it's a good thing that Michelle needs no introduction, but please,
Vanessa.
Mouton back to Dirtfish. It's clear to me that many people in this room know who she is. In case you don't know her too well, you're about to get to know her even better. Our second panelist to the right of Michelle is the incredible champion, team manager, driver, co-driver, Pernilla Solberg. And our third panelist up here so far, for the first time to Dirtfish.
Yes.
I'm so privileged and so lucky that you're here. The lead for WRC All Live, this is Bex Williams.
Thank you.
So just to give a little bit of a run of show,
You,
a stick mic.
you definitely need a stick
Can
mic.
someone give me a
the
stick
woman
mic?
a stick mic.
All right, does the one on the floor work? We got an hour in last time before this happened. Hello?
I hope it's better for us. Yep.
I don't know. Yeah, mine is working.
Hello, hello. Yes,
hello.
we work.
Yeah.
We're all good. It's just Josie.
Yeah.
Guys, rally is about adaptability.
Yeah, it is.
We like to improvise, adapt, overcome. Hello, can you hear me in this?
Michelle, you're good. You're all good.
No, jump out. Now, I think it's okay. You can hear me?
Yeah.
Good.
Does this work? Okay. Okay.
Hey.
Here we go. We're professionals. Well, here's the brief run of show. We're going to start with some questions that I have for the panelists, of course. but there will absolutely be an opportunity for you to ask your own questions towards the end of the panel. But while we're awkwardly doing this, I'm going to kick one off. Max, I'd like to start with you.
Okay.
Since you're new to the Women in Motorsport Summit, but not new to the rally scene.
That's right, yeah.
Give us a little bit of an overview of your career and your experiences.
Okay, if we all got 24 hours then, this is going to take a long time. So I've come into the motorsport, over 25 years ago now. I started in rallying without any motorsport background whatsoever. No car background, no one in my family drove a car. I had two older brothers, they didn't drive a car. And I don't want to say I fell into rallying because it's wrong. But we loved rallying growing up. I live in Wales, so we have a lot of rallies in Wales. There's a lot of farmland, a lot of downtime, so we do a lot of rallying. And I've been to see quite a few rallies with my brothers, but when I was young, so I had I wouldn't say a massive passion for it when I was young, but I was aware that it was there. And then when I was growing up, I wanted to be a filmmaker. I'll level with you. I wanted to be Steven Spielberg. That's what I wanted to be. That was my aim when I was growing up. And I went to university. I did a journalism degree. I learned how to film, how to edit, all those kinds of things. I went to work for the BBC afterwards, which was a great experience, not knowing really what I wanted to do with my life. And I worked in the drama department, the entertainment department, news, and I thought, well, maybe news will be me. Nope. Worked in the sport department, and it was amazing. Live sport, people's stories, like the stories of endeavor. Everyone is really, doing the best that they can to achieve something. It was always positive stories, and I loved that. And I thought, sport is for me. That is what I want to do. I want to tell people stories. I want to show the world how amazing people can be. And it just so happened that I joined an agency after working at the BBC that covered motorsport, as well as rugby, which, okay, I know rugby's not big here, but it is in Wales. It's our national sport. And I covered motor. So, oh, hello, I'm going a bit dodgy now. Project my voice, so we're okay. I started single-seater racing, Formula 4. Jenson Button was racing Formula 4 at the time, and then British touring cars, and then I started to work within rally, and something just exploded in my brain because it was an onslaught of everything that I absolutely loved, and it kind of harked back to when I was younger, and that's how I got started in rallying, and that was back in 1999. And I'm only 29 now, so, I was a very young starter.
The math adds up.
It does. Yeah, as you can see, I wasn't strong at maths in school, but 29, everyone.
Prunella, tell us a little bit about your background.
Well, I think my story is very different from yours because I had a family who was all in motorsport. My dad was a driver, my uncles, my mum was his co-driver, my dad's co-driver. So I had it all around me. And I also come from an area where we were so lucky to have both the International Rally Sweden and we also had Rallycross. So it was really, if I hold it, just so much motorsport around us, so many motor clubs. So it was much different for me how I got into it.
Yeah.
My dad was actively driving until I was about 8, 9. And then he stopped and I didn't do much. He just followed it, when we had the rally on our doorstep every year, of course. But then when I was 16, my dad got a Volvo historic Amazon as a gift, and I started to be his co-driver, and that's how I got in. So, and I'm still in. And I'm also just 29, so.
It's amazing. We're all 29 here. It's quite incredible.
Yeah.
Oh, we've achieved so much in such a short space of time.
And of course, again, Michelle Mouton needs no introduction, but tell us a little bit about your career.
Oh, hold
I
on.
lost the microphone. No, it's okay.
Oh.
Until I was 22, I didn't know anything about motorsport. Dancing,
50 years in motorsport, come on.
And I have been successful driver. I have been employee president. I have been WRC manager. I am now safety delegate for the team.
So all three of the women that we have up here, as you can hear, have quite the rich stories, and we are lucky enough to get to hear some of them today. All three of these women are also integral to the World Rally Championship, the highest level of rally competition in the world at the moment. Bex,
Yes. Yes, Josie.
tell me what it's been like engaging in the WRC world, not only as a woman, because we don't necessarily want to focus on the challenge, we want to focus on the fact that you're doing it anyway. So tell us a little bit about when you entered the WRC to now, how have you seen it progress, and how do you feel your role has shifted?
My role has shifted a lot. So when I first started in the WRC, there were minimal female journalists. So when I say minimal, it was me and one other lady, and that was it. But it didn't, at the time, it didn't matter to me so much. I wanted to be the best journalist I could be. It didn't matter that I was female. I didn't have that in my head, really. It's only when people pointed out to you later on that you kind of realize that, okay, you know, there wasn't many of us at the time. There are more now, I'm pleased to say. And many people ask me, you know, did I ever feel that I was, because you're in a man's world, as it's always called, well, I want to change that narrative. It isn't a man's world anymore in motorsport. It's different now, and we are driving that change. I never felt in any way, shape or form that I was looked down on. If not by any of my fellow journalists or by any of the drivers, co-drivers, team principals. I remember only one occasion, and it was much later. It was about 2005-06 when Colin Clark came to work with us first. We were doing rally radio at the time, and it was a fan who was asking Colin a question about a Mitsubishi, and he just joined us. And even though he had a rallying background, he was in sponsorship, so he didn't know a huge amount about cars or the drive. I'm humbled by them, I'm flattered by them, and I go bright red whenever anyone ever says it to me, but it's good to know, and it's important that representation is important. It does work. When you see anyone, regardless of whether you're male, female, whatever, doing that job, you know that you can do it.
And I want to try and add a bit to that. What she's meant, I can only say what you meant for me, because there was a time then when Oliver, our son, was, at that age that we couldn't travel that much to the events, and to have Beck's voice on the radio, when Petter and they did a rally maybe in New Zealand or far away, and you had these split times at the best, if the tracker was working. And to have that voice, it's just, I always call you, your voice is like the voice of an angel. Just to, it's so good.
My biggest fan.
and to have that, comfort through the radio, it was so important for us at home. And there's been a few moments where something really bad have happened, and you just see all the dots on the tracker, they stop. And you hear Bex on the radio really bravely trying to say, there's something happened, we will come back to you with information. And just to sort of have that, it's been amazing, really amazing. It's meant a lot.
Thank you.
Yes, yes.
And this is exactly what we're trying to do with the summit, right? And we've gotten the chance to speak about it over the last few days, but the representation in and of itself is the peak, Once you see someone doing it, you know that you can too. Michelle, you've said to me, actually after our summit last year, you said to me that you didn't realize that you'd had the impact on people that you found to be true.
Yes, because while you are acting, you are doing something, you think about yourself, you think about what you have to do, and not really about, we didn't have all those social media that you have today to think of. And so, really, it's true. I did what I have to do and what I wanted to do without thinking about which impact on the others. And it's just afterwards when, you have the return from people, telling you how good you were, how, all these compliments that I got, and that you said, maybe it has an impact. Unfortunately, we don't have so many women in rallying today. So I don't know if it was really an impact or not.
No, but you have an impact anyway, even if there's no here. You
definitely.
met so much.
Yeah,
Incredible.
but I am always saying that we had more women in rallying my time than today.
Yeah.
Okay, well then let's get right into it.
Yeah. So the door is open for the one-to-one.
We spoke last year a little bit about what we thought the reasons were for not having a higher. Where are you? For not having a higher percentage of women in rally at the moment. In America, we are seeing higher numbers of.
It's changing. Yeah?
It's changing.
Yeah.
And we talked about why we thought this was true, though, and you brought up the idea of a pyramid. If the foundation is not grounded and secure and wide with things like manufacturers, sponsors, and the ability to get into the sport, then nothing can grow from it. Mm-hmm. So we've heard a little bit, I totally understand that perspective. I think that's a great perspective. Beck, since we haven't heard your perspective on this yet, on why there aren't more women in the sport, let's dig right in.
Okay, I have a different kind of perspective because I believe we are seeing more women starting to come in now. We have so many female co-drivers, and that is growing every year. Co-drivers are the brains of the operation, so it's no surprise that women are in that role. Come on. But it is good to see. I mean, from a driving perspective, we're not seeing at the moment the next Michelle Mouton, which I would love to see, because as we all know, Michelle was a complete badass, and we want to see more of that. We want to see more of that. But we are seeing them coming in a co-drive. If we're talking about pure competition right now, because I want to see more women in every sphere. I want to see more female engineers, more female mechanics, every sphere of rallying. But if we're talking purely about competition, we are seeing more women coming into co-driving. I can't tell you why that is, apart from us being brainier, maybe. I don't know. But it is happening. I mean, you look at, we've got Emma Lindholm with Reita Hämäläinen.
Yeah,
Sami Pyri's co-driver, Eni Malkinen. There's so many. I'm going to miss names here. Yeah. But there are so many that are coming in right now. But I would really love to see the next female Michelle Mouton. It's hard. You need to have so many things behind you, and even if you're male or female, getting into the sport of rallying is not straightforward. Any motorsport,
No.
we all know you need some money
Yeah.
in your pocket, or you need that pyramid and you need to come in at a FIA Rally Star level, or your ASN, your local club, your country's ASN need to have a good program to be able to catapult people. In France, Rally June is so popular, and it's produced Sébastien Ogier, lately Sébastien Loeb, Adrian Fourmeau, the latest to get his first WRC podium. He gave 20 euros to be part of Rally June, and that then he won it, and he got sponsorship the next year and was able to prove himself. And we need things like that for everyone, not just for women, but for men also.
Yeah, but when I said it's less women in rallying today, but it's many more in racing.
Yes.
In racing, we have women in nearly all the discipline, and this has increased a lot. Because Formula One is more popular than rallying today, and it was the opposite my time.
Yeah.
My time, rallying was more popular than Formula One.
Yeah.
So.
And when we talk about getting women into all positions, there's a big congratulations due to Pernilla, who was just appointed to a brand new role within the WRC. Tell us about this.
Oh, I'm really, really proud to have been nominated the president of the World Rally Commission, which is in the FIA. You have all the working groups working on, for example, technical regulations of how to build cars. You have working groups then also paving the way for our future within the sport. And then in the commission, we look at all these proposals. We vote about it together with manufacturers, representatives from the promoter, with people from the FIA. And
he's happy, he's delighted for you.
Yeah, that's really
delighted.
good.
You want to be part of the commission?
Yes, I have another poll. It's really good. Need more people. And also we have then representatives from tire manufacturers, from safety, and also from the drivers and co-drivers in the sport. So there's a lot of people to sort of look at what regulations to change. But this is very, very new. I was only elected a few weeks ago, so I haven't. Whoa.
That's good.
This is really interesting. I haven't officially started yet. I think it's 1st of April. So I'm really looking forward to that. Really looking forward to that.
Yes.
Thank you.
When we talk about the stories of not letting anyone stand in your way, Michelle, one of the things we didn't get to last year was your Pikes Peak story.
Oh, it's a good one.
And I want to hear that. So tell us, of course, we all know, well, many of us know the result, but I want to talk about the first year to the second year and the thing that almost didn't let you start in the car rolling up to the start line the second year.
Yeah, yes. So you have to know that Pikes Peak in Colorado, I don't remember how long, it's 20 kilometers, the hill climb. And for the American at that time, it was the first time they could see a rally car with a turbocharged. First time a European, and on top of that, a woman. So it was quite a lot. And the first year I did it with my co-driver, Fabrizia, so they were shocked. We were two in the car. And, but she was so light that I didn't want to learn all the corners. And it's much easier to hear the notes. So. And we finished second overall, so it was already a big shock. And of course, we came back. Audi wanted me to come back the following year in '85, and so we were ready. We tested everything. The problem was always to get the turbo according to the height of the hill and everything. And we did the first recce, and before going to the recce, we had a section where we should have a low speed, and I was overspeeding for 5 miles an hour. So I was asked to go in the race director office, and then when I arrived, it was 3 seats with 3 drivers with their kids on their knees, and I was treated like a criminal.
5 miles an hour, though.
5 miles an hour.
Yeah. And so they say, you know, this is not what you have to do. Here you have to respect and everything. I said, okay, you could have killed our son. I said, okay, if you want, maybe we try again. And we try. You drop him on the road and you will see, you will see that I can stop. I can stop with my car.
We're not promoting.
Okay. Of course, they didn't know. They didn't know about the four-wheel drive. And so, but the result is that the penalty was $5,000, no problem for Audi. But for me, I was not allowed to be in the car on the starting line. I had to jump in the car, pull the belt on, and start. So, of course, you can imagine that it was no chance. So we thought about what to do. And finally, we invited all the press and the media in the morning before the start. Not before the start, the day before. Because the testing was in 2 days. You know, you have the bottom part to Ricky, and then what if I kill myself because I am not on the right condition to start? So everything changed, and suddenly it was okay. You are allowed.
Not competitive at all. So tell us a little bit about how that type of energy carries into your role. Of course, you've experienced it in all of the realms, and now you're a team manager. And for those who aren't aware, a manager of her son.
Yeah, I was a manager up until a few months ago. Now I'm actually trying to be a full parent. And we've signed with an American management company who is also the managers for Pastrana. So we are so intrigued by how things are done over here. You know, we said we have to learn PR and marketing. We have to become better at this, and we don't know how to.
Maybe take that off and just hold it.
So we said we don't know what more to do. We've knocked on every door we can think of, and also to sit there with people in the teams that are also friends of yours and people you know really well and negotiate on behalf of your son. It's quite sometimes awkward, both for us and for them. So we said, okay, we need to be more professional. We need to take a step back. So I'm happy we have done that. But then coming back to your question about being a manager. I think you have to want to work with people. It's all about people, finding good people to create a great team around you. It doesn't matter how good you are if you haven't got the right team with you. So I think to have, I really find that intriguing and fun to find people and to work, find the goal, find the sort of things you want to work towards. For me, is always a challenge that I loved. And I still like that. And I think the same way now for my job in the commission. I want to treat that as a team, that we all do this for the best of WRC, that we try and create something great for the future. So yeah, I just love having people around and creating something.
And is it hard to step back?
For like with Oliver?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's very difficult. It's like you've been in it for so many years, and there's so many times you just want to dig in, like, oh, you see things that the team might not have done yet, but you say, oh, have they remembered now to put in a spare wheel or whatever, drink bottles or things on a work list, have they checked everything? It's something you have to get used to, and it's not just easy, just being there. Yeah. But now I have another role on the events, another purpose, so that's something I look forward to as well. Then I get more busy and it's easier to let him drive and I can listen to you. Listen to Bex instead.
Well, before there was Bex on WRC All Live, there was Bex on Rally Radio, which you started yourself.
No, not completely myself. Well, not totally myself at all. I'm going to move this as well. Just every time I move my head over here, it goes off. So I'm not being rude, honestly. No, it was our boss at the time. I worked for a company called the Broadcasting Company. So Greg Strange, Chris Rawes, and myself formed Rally Radio. And that was back in 2002. And Greg was a huge rally man. He loved rallying and he loved broadcasting. He worked for the BBC for many, many years. But he wanted rally to go out to the whole world because, you'd have the events that would be very closed off to live broadcasts. It was only radio at the time that was alive in any sense. All the television footage came a week later. So, you didn't know, you knew what happened on a rally, but you didn't see it until much later. And he decided to create Rally Radio, and I remember him telling me the idea about it in 2002. He said, we'll have a radio station, it'll broadcast every single hour of every day on a rally. And 4-day events. And he said, we need a host, we need someone to talk for 10, 12 hours a day. We'll have some reporters at the stage end. I'm like, oh yeah, this sounds really good. Who are you thinking to host it? And he went, you. And I went, are you insane? I can't talk for 10 hours a day without seeing anything, just not making things up, that's wrong, but, telling a story, but just through times and maybe guessing what's happened to drivers if they've lost 10, 20, 30 seconds. But yeah, we managed to do it. Rally Monte Carlo 2002 was the first rally radio, and it was a baptism of fire. I will never forget it as long as I live. It was craziness, but it worked. And I remember we set up an email address to go with the radio, and we thought we'd put it out there. We were telling everyone on the radio, email us at this address, and nothing was coming in. We're like, oh, no one's listening. And then our technical director realized that he hadn't actually activated the email. So once he'd activated it, all these emails started coming in from all over the world. And it was so invigorating and really, it got the adrenaline going to know that people were listening. And they were like, this is amazing. We can hear drivers because we'd interview drivers. We can hear everything live. And that was where it started in 2002. And it moved on. And then I left Greg's company a little bit later on in 2012. Colin and I worked together on Rally Radio for many, many years. And we took it as far as we could. And then All Live came in, and the ability for everyone to see every stage live, to see onboards, to see drivers being interviewed live, took over from the radio then.
But I still miss the radio.
There's something magical about the radio because you have to use your own imaginations as well as
true.
us using our imaginations. And I think there's something really special about the radio. And okay, it wasn't maybe as professional as it could be at times. There was a lot of random chat, you know, when we're filling time, but people like that. You know, people like a bit of random stuff.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
Absolutely. And so now there's so much coming in. I mean, there was nothing. There was dots on a map.
Yep.
And now you've got the helicopters,
Yep.
you've got the drones, you've got the cameras, you've got the interviews, you've got the action, you've got the user-generated content. I mean, is it almost, which one's harder?
It's really hard to say, but I know that when we started in Monte Carlo and I had all of these images coming in, I couldn't speak because I'd never seen it all. You know, I'd seen it, but not as it was happening. And I remember the producer saying into my ear, "Are you there? Are you there? Say something." And I was like, "Oh yeah, shit, I need to talk." Like, oh, yeah. But it really does take you in, and it can be mesmerizing, especially Rally Sweden that we've just done now. Watching the cars through snow, you can just sit there and say nothing as a commentator, and sometimes it's a good thing not to. We listen to the co-drivers, you know, they're our third commentator. There's two of us in the booth, but our co-driver is our third commentator. And I think it's probably, they're both as difficult as each other, but I've never found them difficult, either the radio or the television. It's my passion and I love it. So sitting down or, you know, and talking to, I don't want to think about how many hundreds of thousands of people are watching because I wouldn't be able to speak if I thought about it, is not a problem for me because I love it. And I love being now here with everyone today talking about rallying. We could do this probably for another good 6 hours and I would be happy. I'd probably need a bathroom break at some point, but yeah, I think when you have a passion for something, it's not difficult, is it? It's not, I wouldn't say it's not work because we work very hard. And at the end of a rally weekend, we've been discussing this, haven't we? You know, come a Monday after a rally, no one wants to say anything to anyone for 24 hours. Like, don't talk to me, I'm exhausted.
Yeah. Yes, and you've got the audio spectators, right? You've got the audio listeners.
Yeah.
You got to deal with spectators in the Group B era, which was very well known to be the most dangerous era of motorsport by far, of rally by far. And now, as the safety delegate, you see spectators from the other perspective. You used to drive through the crowds, and now you're telling them to move. So tell us a little bit about that.
I never thought one day I will be on this role. Everything can happen. Yeah, today I am responsible for the safety in the WRC. That means, you know, first of all, I represent the FIA in the championship, and so I have to make sure that all the safety measures are respected and you know, that people are in place. So I go through the stage 30 minutes before the first car with a safety caravan. You know, we are many cars going through, and we look that people are in place. Then I gave the okay to the clerk of the course to allow the stage to start. And mainly that's all, but I am not working alone. We are now having a deputy safety delegate who is also in the race control, and this is a big improvement. And Nicola, who is working with me, is behind the screen, watching all the onboard, all the cars, they have onboard camera, so when the first car starts, we are in radio contact together, so he knows already what is going on the stage when I am going through the stage. And then he can control all, we have a safety plan where we have all the marshal indicated, the position, the number. He can contact them and make sure that, because you know, people are sometimes moving after the passage of the caravan. And so with contact with the marshal, he can move people, still move people, and make sure that the WRC is running in the very good condition, because we have cars who are going extremely, extremely fast. And so we need to have a sure safety. So it's a very interesting role. I also work, of course, with the organizer to try to improve the level of safety. And so we are working, and they are also evaluating all the stages for new events. Like this year I go to Poland, I go to Latvia to check all the stages. And so it's a quite busy role, and, but I like it. I like the challenge, and I like to try to do the best.
And tell us how that contradicts your experience as a driver in the safety aspect. The difference.
What do you want to know about Portugal?
Portugal in particular.
Yeah, of course, it's a big difference because we have a stage, you know, in the championship that I was doing my time. And, but when I was landing at the end of the stage, people were closing the road. That means they were middle of the road, closing the road. And, you know, you were jumping, and after the jump on the landing, then people were moving. So it was just crazy, but we were used to drive with people around. You know, they were our barrier all the way on the road. They were everywhere. And today, when I arrived there on this jump in my safety car, and people are 30 meters on each side, you know, it's always, you know, I have this image, and it's always, it's always.
That's Faf.
Yeah,
Faf. Yeah, it's a very cool place.
But it's a stage where we do 11 kilometers, and you have more than 100,000 people in the stage. So
100,000.
Yeah, it's insane.
It's crazy.
I think one of the areas where we have most spectators, right?
Yeah, I
Is
would.
Portugal.
Yeah, I would say Portugal is
Yes,
probably one of the
Yes.
busiest for spectators,
Yes.
definitely.
Yes.
Pernilla, a little birdie told me that even though you swore off driving for a little while, you were back in a race car last week.
I was, It was so cool. I got to drive Oliver's Rally 2 car and doing some promotion filming for his new sponsor quadrant. And they wanted originally Petter to do this, but he couldn't. So they said, I think it would be cool if you did this. And I said, yeah, sure. I haven't driven for 23 years last year. That was the last car I had was a Mitsubishi Evo 6 Group N. And I did the rally then a few stages in the summer last year. That's what I've done for 23 years. I said, I've never driven this car in and out of the workshop, yes, loading it on a trailer, but not on a stage. I said, you're joking, you have to think differently. I said, no, but it would be really sad if we can't. And there comes this a big crew from the UK. And I felt so bad. I said, oh my God, am I going to ruin, they can't film. I said, and I said to Oliver, you know what, you have to just persuade them to think differently. He said, no, we can't. I think it could be fun for you, Mom. I said, fun for me? Maybe it will be hilarious for you, but I don't know. So I said, okay, Oliver, jump in the co-driver seat. I'll drive it up to the test area, 50 k's on the main road, and we'll see just to drive it. And yeah, so I did. I put the ALS on. I did a proper start, launch. I think you will maybe see it soon, but it was really cool. Really, really fun.
You enjoyed it?
I loved it. I really loved it.
So could we see this more often
He
then?
said, Mom, you could do this WRC Masters, you know, that would be nice. Sure. No, it was fantastic.
That's a great idea.
It is, isn't it?
WRC Masters.
Yes, yeah.
Come in and do that.
No, it was incredible. And also to see how the cars have changed then since my Mitsubishi until today. A lot of, with the sequential gearbox and the engine much more powerful, and also all the safety equipment just to get into that car. It was fine to get in, but I couldn't get out. I got stuck. You know, you have this hybrid system, and you had to try. It was so unelegant. It looked so bad. But I drove. It was fun.
I couldn't get on this chair, so, you know, don't worry. Don't worry.
It was
You're okay.
Really, no, I felt really bad. But I got out eventually. They dragged me out. No.
But who was faster?
I don't know. Of course, Oliver.
On the first lap?
Of course, yeah.
I reckon if she'd had a few more runs.
I don't believe it.
We'll see.
So what is it like, Pernilla? You've had a family of motorsport. Both Petter and Oliver are, well, have actively competed at the highest level. I mean, I imagine you're so proud, but beyond that, how does that feel?
You know, I'm of course really, really proud of both of them, what they both have achieved. But for us, it's like, this is our life. I don't know anything else. And I understand that it might look, you know, different from outside, but for us, it's just what we love doing. And we are, both Petter and I now feel really blessed to be able to follow Oliver on his journey. His dream is, of course, to come back into a Rally 1 car, to do this for a long time. But we know how difficult it is, and we know the ups and downs of this sport. It's not always easy. He's had a few experiences where it's been very difficult. Last year was a year of joy again, to see that happiness coming back to him. It was really a big relief as a parent. And then again this year with another great support by Skoda in a Rally 2 car. But he's just so happy, and to see that for your kid, it's just amazing. And then if we can follow, not just more and more as parents, you know, trying not to interfere, it's nice.
And speaking of pride, I have one more question for Bex for now, and then I'm going to turn it to all of you. So start thinking about your life-changing questions.
No pressure, everyone.
It's just a journalist up here. It's okay, a reporter. Bex, speaking of pride, I'm interested in whether you have an interview that you're the most proud of.
Ooh, that's a great question. So the interviews we do on rallying can be pretty short, obviously, because of time. So a couple of years ago, we started a podcast called WRC Backstories, which is a long-length form podcast where I sit down with various people in the rallying community and talk about how they've got to where they are in their lives. But we go right back to like the early days, school, how they grew up, you know, what the family was like. And I'll be honest, the one I did with Michelle last year, which you all need to listen to, that was spectacular. Just Michelle and I sitting down, hour and a half, nearly 2 hours, going through everything. I loved that. I'm very proud of that. And also, I spoke to Lewis Moyer this January, and to get the stories from Lewis of his time with Carlos Sainz, you know, how they got to meet. And it's so fascinating to me how people get into the sport and how they feel when they're in it. And these podcasts are all about that. So for me, Michelle and Lewis Moyer, definitely the proudest interviews, yeah.
Cool. Okay, it's your turn.
Thank you to all of you. Such an inspiration. It's working.
Good.
Michelle, Miss Mouton.
Michelle, it's fine.
I watched an interview where you had said that you enjoyed going into a track blind. You really liked the enjoyment of a track, having never walked it or really seen very much of it. And I was just wondering, aside from the technical notes from your co-driver, how would you approach turns, gauging acceleration out of a turn, in contrast to like a track that you would have known, if that makes sense. So is there a certain driving technique that you use when you don't know a track versus
I don't know.
the one that you
I don't know, you do it automatically, you know, it's difficult to explain. It's very difficult to explain. I don't know.
Were you more hesitant in braking, or were you more excited to accelerate out of it?
You know, you have to do both because, you know, to try to improve, at least to try to improve, you have to brake later, and also, you know, to accelerate quicker in the corner, the quickest as possible. But you have to have the good line. You have to, you know, it's something. It's difficult to explain. It's easier to show you than to explain to you.
Well, can we? We have an Audi, right?
Hey, you have a brand new driver. So
No, yeah, sure.
Beautiful. Who else? Nate's gonna bring you a silly little radio or microphone.
Hi, I just wanted to say thank you so much for being here. You're all a huge inspiration, and I'm just so honored to be here. My question is also for Michelle. I wanted to ask if you would tell us about your first WRC win, or perhaps the win that means the most to you.
So, you know, when you are, you know, trying to progress all the time, each race, of course, the first year you are able to win. It's really it's a big moment. It's a big moment, but at the end, it's a very important moment for yourself. Of course, as a woman, it makes you a big impact. But for me, that was not important. What was important for me that, you know, I got more confidence. And this is what you need. When you are at a certain level, the motivation, you know, it was the first time I could win at this level, the World Championship. So I got motivation. I thought to myself, I said, you know, if I was able to win once, why not twice, you know? And so you get this strength. And this was the most important for me, you know, after, of course, the impact of being the first woman to win at this level, but this was for me the most important. And you don't win alone, you know, you are in a team, so it was so important for the team to get motivation, you know, for the co-driver, for everyone, you know, you never win alone.
So my question is for Michelle and Pernella. Have either of you ever tried another racing discipline like road racing or drag? Have you ever tried any other type of motorsports other than rally?
No.
No, sorry.
Yeah, yes, from my side, I try racing. I try racing not because I want it, but because my sponsor was ELF in 70, I don't remember, 75 maybe. They wanted me to go racing. So I spent a long weekend on the racing track with Didier Pironi at the time, Formula One driver, who explained to me how to do and how to drive. So I did the best time I could. And I said, okay, we are done. We go back home. He said, no, tomorrow morning you start again. I said, why? Because you have to drive again. But I said, I will not be able to go faster. So I no need to continue. Yes, you have to drive every day. Oh, I said, no, this is not for me. This is not for me. And so my answer was, you know, I continue rallying, no way. I turn around and turn around and turn around like this. This was not for me.
The other thing I did was just show jumping with horses, but not in motorsport. Okay.
There's a big collaboration between horse people and car people. We've got a lot of horse people in the room right now.
Yeah. I want also to say that the big difference between racing and rally driving is that, you know, racing you drive against each other. Rallying you drive against yourself and you compare the time at the end. So it's a complete different discipline. And racing, it's a school of precision. Rallying is a school of improvisation. All the time you are in alert. All the time you have to, you have some stones on the road, you have some rain, you have some snow, you have to adapt to the condition, and you drive with any condition. So it's a big difference.
So my question is for Bex. I am just about to take my first step into sort of your area, but will be a videographer instead of a radio talker.
Yeah.
So I will be seeing everything that I do. But what is some advice that you could give to someone like me?
I think the best bit of advice that anyone going into the media, certainly in rallying, is to make contacts, to be at events, to be doing as much as you can, make friends with people, make contacts. This sounds like a really basic thing, but I tell this to all drivers as well. You know, you have to be polite and kind with people, because you don't know, not that I'm saying that you would be nasty with anyone, you know, but you never know who you're talking to and who can help you. I think hello? Yeah. There we go. That's a good piece of advice, is to be present with people, make the contacts. That's what's really important, especially when you're starting out, and speak to people. You learn so much from other people in your field. Always have your mind open, and You know, I've met a lot of journalists over the years who are like that. I've also met a lot of journalists who think they know best and are very closed off to any kind of influence. And I would say keep everything, keep your mind open, make your contacts, make sure that you're polite with everybody that you meet, and you'll do good things. It's basic advice, but it's some of the best I ever got, and it served me well.
And trust yourself.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And enjoy what you're doing.
Yeah, there.
Here, here.
Hello? Yeah, so my aunt and I, we've been watching rallies, and one of the questions I've been pondering is the interior of a rally car seems very stressful. I mean, at the point where, like, we see the driver hit the co-driver for missing a line or here and there. And so when we got to all the cameras in there and all the sound bits and cameras, didn't the drivers begin to say, we don't want to have the world looking over our shoulder as we drive in this very stressful environment?
Not at all. They wanted the coverage, but they actually, when we did first put all the cameras in, they were aware of them for maybe about an hour, and then they forgot that they are there. They will come to the end of stages, as you've seen on the coverage, and they'll swear, or Thierry Neuville, when he gets frustrated, will go, oh la la, and he makes all kinds of noises, which we love to hear. So yeah, they've completely forgotten that the cameras are there now. They don't mind. They've got cameras everywhere. If they're not in the cars, we're there with cameras waiting for them at the stage end, and it's such a, as you girls can contest, it's a hotbed in that car. You know, we stick a microphone in, and they've just completed a stage. It might be good, it might be bad, and they're going to say whatever the hell they want to say, and we love that.
And you know you need so much concentration that you cannot think about all that is around you. You know?
Yeah.
And so the follow-up is that, so my aunt and I, we're from Denmark, but there's a lot of Swedes, and so we're welcoming Sofia. She must come to the Swedish club. I know there's a representative here today who's going to talk to Pernilla from the Swedish club in Seattle, so make sure that happens, because we're going to stick my aunt in a rally car.
Hello. Thank you all so much for being here. My name is also Michelle, by the way. It's definitely very inspiring to hear a woman in motorsports talking about our achievements. I was just wondering what advice would you... Okay, a little bit of self-introduction. I'm still in school as a film and media student, but I recently got I want to get into rally, and I started driving a 6-shift daily. And I actually got inspired after watching Michelle Tan's documentary, Queen of Speed. In my class, I did like the campaign.
Yeah, if you haven't watched the documentary, you need to watch Queen of Speed.
It's the best one, the best documentary I've ever seen. And then for every class project, for ad campaign analysis, I did the Audi commercial. You did the RS3, so I'm really a big fan.
So advice then on how to get into rallying then, yes?
Yeah, and I already signed up for the 3-day course here at the Dirtfish. So
I was going to say, Jason's going to immediately say, come and do it.
That's the right answer.
Yeah. So you know to start with, of course, you have to get a license.
Do you want to hold it as well, maybe?
Okay. I think it's okay. You need to get your license to be able to drive. You have to do some training before, you know. And here, for example, it's a fantastic place to learn. And then, of course, you need to decide which car you want, to find a good co-driver, because you know, rallying, it's a big privilege to be two in the car. So to be two in the car, so you have also to find. Why it doesn't work? And so once you have set up all that, you need to have your inscription to a rally and to decide which one you want to try and try. I mean, there is no school really. You can learn how to improve your driving, but there is no really special rules. You have just to like it, to enjoy, to have fun, to go fast, you are normally more tense, and it's not as fluent as when you enjoy. And then you see your result, and you can continue or not, deciding on after the first experience. It's not really complicated.
You are doing a lot of running.
It's just, I think also what Beck said earlier, you know, be around events, go and visit places where you can meet other people. It's just, there's so many cool things to do within motorsport, but also to meet other people, other drivers, go and see the great races you have here in America in the championship. So just to be there and to learn and to meet people.
And also I can tell you something. To start as a co-driver, you learn a lot.
Yes.
To look at what the drivers are doing. You learn a lot.
I looked
So
at
it's also a good experience.
my dad's feet, how he was dancing, you know. That was helpful.
Hello, my name is Rosha. It's a pleasure to have you both here. Thank you so very much for being here. So as a child, I had two hurdles. One being Indian, and my parents just thought, no way, with cars, and then also being a female. So I said, sod it, and I just went about and I did my own thing. I started to work on cars and race my own cars. I would flip them and sell them. But I always had, like, you know, a big fist on me. What advice would you give girls that, how I used to be, to strengthen themselves to realize that it's not just a hobby, it could actually be a career? Because my parents were always like, it's just a hobby, you can only do that on the side, you go to uni and be a physician, and that could be something on the side, but it doesn't have to be. What advice would you give for girls who I used to be when I was younger, that it is a possibility?
I can follow your dreams.
Yeah, I think you have to be forceful in a way, because if it is your passion and that is absolutely what you want to do, you need to prove in a way to your parents, if they're the ones who are stopping you, that this is what makes you happy, this is what you love, and it is your life and it is your choice in what you want to do. It's kind of something you have to really communicate with them, I guess, and show them how passionate you are. I'll give you an example. It's a male example, but it's something similar. So Adrian Formeau, who's just got his first podium at Rally Sweden, I've just done a podcast with him, the Backstories podcast, and he was training to be a doctor. He was 4 years in to medical training, and his parents were delighted. They were like, doctor, fabulous, they loved that. And then his brother persuaded him to take part in Rally Jeune, this program in France, and he won. And that meant he was going to compete. And he told me his parents cried when they discovered that he now wanted to be in motorsport. But he showed them how much passion he had for it. And they finally relented. And I think if you keep on pushing and showing your parents absolutely how much you want to do this, hopefully they'll relent. If not, leave home. Maybe don't take that as
And also Adrian, he is one of 6 drivers this year with a full-time seat, so it is possible.
Yeah,
it is possible.
It is possible. I mean, he was really dedicated. There were 3,000 or 4,000 people going for his medical course, and only 320 were selected. And he worked incredibly hard to be one of those 320, and then ditched it for rallying.
Got time for 2 more. Oh my gosh. Perfect, you picked.
Hi. I was hoping that Michelle would sign my car here.
Lego, great.
There will be an opportunity for signatures after the panels conclude. Yep. Yeah. And then Heather after that, Nathan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Désolée, je suis américain, mais français n'est pas bon. Quand je voulais conduire parce que Niki Lauda m'a je ne sais pas si j'ai trop âge pour conductrice. Et maintenant,
j'ai 20 ans. Ma mouvement est trop inspiration
Oui.
pour moi. Je voulais être conducteur. Alors, merci pour mouvement. My question is, for making it a career, is it, as a professional, and you got to the highest level, is it something that can pay the bills? Am I going to be able to be financially independent if this is something to do?
What was the question?
If she was to make motorsport a
No,
career,
yeah.
is she going to be financially stable or not?
Yeah, when you succeed, for sure. For sure, for sure, for sure. But and I think at this level I think it's easier because maybe you are a woman, because we are less women, you know, and compared to men. So it's maybe easier at a certain level to
get help.
To get help. But you know, like any sport at top level, it's work, energy, motivation, never give up, and you know, it's not easy. I mean, it's not because you want to become that you become, you know, somebody, and it's a lot of work for that, but it's possible for sure, for sure.
Merci.
Good luck. Yeah. Et merci pour essayer de parler français. Bravo.
Yeah, it's very impressive.
Very impressive.
Very impressive.
First off, I want to thank all three of you for making it out here. All three of you are huge inspirations. This question is for Pernilla and Michelle. I am curious as to what you tell yourself before you get in the car and during the car, other than the co-driver's voice that you're hearing. What are you telling yourself during the stages?
I don't sort of prepare myself in that way, maybe, but it's just, you know, if you've done a good work before the event. Most of the job, I would say, to make you feel comfortable and relaxed is how you prepare for a race. What sort of homework you've done before you come to the race, how you sort of examined where the roads are this year. Also in rallying, the recce is super crucial, that you have a good recce, you have good pace notes, and that you know your car is ready. Then you can feel relaxed, you know, you can do a good job. So I think those are the main things, actually the work you do before, maybe a weeks before you get into the car. And then of course when you start the stage, yeah, of course it's good that you are in a good place, that you are relaxed and that you have a good cooperation with your co-driver. It's like you in that bubble. So for me it's just to have a good time, have fun, and yeah, go for it.
What was the question?
How you
What
prepare
do you tell
how you
yourself,
prepare
or how you
yourself
prepare
before a
yourself?
stage? Before a stage.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, for me, I agree with Pernilla. Of course, it's the preparation. If you know that you have prepared your stages correctly and that, you know, the car is going well, for me, it was just a question of concentration and motivation. Suddenly, you switch off here, everything else is around you, and it's just, you know, look at the side of the road and try to go faster, to take the good line. But I have learned a lot by trying not to wanting too much to go fast, because more you want to go fast, and then you see the result is not as good, because or you slide too much, or you know, enjoying and trying to get this adrenaline, who is really fantastic in rallying.
Great.
And you feel the limit of your car, to know the limit of your car, feeling the limit of the car and the limit of yourself. This is what is important. And the connection with the co-driver. In rallying, co-driver is key.
Yeah.
We never repeat enough how important the role of the co-driver, because he can make you lose the rally, you know. He cannot push the throttle for you, but still he's really there. So you need this, you know, that he's giving you the note at the right time, and you have this concentration, and this concentration gives you the adrenaline to go faster. And sometimes you can go even faster than the note that you can hear, you know, because everything is going well.
It's
So
like a
for me,
rhythm.
it's just a question of excluding everything, even media at the end of the stage.
Oh, harsh, harsh.
No, it's just what you have to do. Yeah.
Thank you again. You guys are all a huge inspiration. Thank you very much.
That's great. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to get one more question from Heather here, but then don't despair. We've got all day, and you get to see Bex and Michelle back up here for a fireside chat later.
Yeah.
So don't panic.
Will there be a fire?
There will be a battery-operated candle.
Okay.
Good enough for me.
So leave it to me for the awkward questions. As women who often are on the road for extended periods of time in a dominated industry, do you have recommendations for a happy home life? What do you guys do to keep our partners, I guess you could say maybe at bay, to keep them okay with what we do being surrounded by men all the time?
Well, if I am lucky enough to travel with my family, so I feel so fortunate and blessed for that. But if I think about then the family at home, like my parents, my sister and brothers, of course you feel guilty a lot of the time not to be there enough for them, especially now with my dad being quite poorly. You feel that, oh, I should be there more, and we try as much as we can, of course. But it's also to try and not feel that guilt. I think living with the guilt is, for me, the hardest for my parents foremost. And then also, all the birthdays you've missed, all the things that all the others in your family get to see, the school endings, the school season endings, or a play at school. It's hard. It's really, really hard, but it's finding that good partner who allows you to do that and to have that love for you, to let you do your dream, follow your journey. I think it's key in whatever you do. It doesn't have to be only in motorsport, but whatever job you have, that you have that freedom to express and to live the life you want to live.
Yeah, I think if you're talking about partners in particular, it's try and include them in it in as much as you can, because rallying takes you away for such a long time, and if they feel that they're part of it, if they travel to an event with you maybe once or twice, not all the time, but they feel as if they're part of it and they're sharing that experience, I think you have to have a great deal of trust as partners, especially if you travel a lot. But if that trust isn't there, then maybe he's the wrong person, is what I would say. Because that trust is implicit whatever job you do. And you could be away from home for whatever reason. But what I found over the years, and I've traveled for over 25 years and been away sometimes for over half the year, it's including someone within that experience that helps, so that they don't feel that they're just at home doing the laundry and walking the dog and making sure everything's nice and warm when you come home for you.
Yeah. I think it depends on the partner that you have also.
Yeah, it does.
Depends a lot, yeah. When I was driving, I was 300 days a year outside home. My co-driver was more my partner. Yeah. And, my partner said at that time, okay, we have been 10 years together, but I think altogether maybe 2 years.
Yeah. In reality.
Yeah, because it's like that, you have no choice. So, or it is accepted or not. And but it's true, if you can do it together. But sometimes it's better that they stay at home, Also.
Because the impact that you made when you were gone for 300 days out of the year was fairly significant.
Yeah.
Okay, I did see one aggressively waving brochure there. Yeah, and then we're done. The brochure was like.
So my question is for Beck. And first of all, shout out, because I'm a Becky, so love that. So my question is for Bex, because my husband is the driver on our team and I'm the manager, and we're small grassroots. And one of the things I've noticed is that drivers can often be really terrible at interviews. like they don't know what to say. So I'd like to know, what are the most common questions you ask that a driver should have some canned answers ready to go? And what are the best answers to those questions you've ever heard?
Oh my God. Wow.
Good question.
Wow. I would say
Are you taking notes? Do you have your
some drivers are much better at interviews than others, and I couldn't possibly share names here amongst us all right now. Tanak is very difficult. I can be, but he, also he can be very good as well. But I think, the important part, especially when you're being interviewed by someone from the media, and many of you who are competitors here will be, is to listen to the question. And one bit of advice I got told years ago was, answer the question as if you're telling your best friend the best story you've ever heard. Be enthusiastic about what you're saying. Don't think too much about prepped and primed questions. Out the door. Journalists come to me and say, I've got a list of questions. I'm like, get rid of them. You need to, as a journalist, you need to listen to what a driver is saying, and a driver needs to listen to what,
The question.
Yeah, exactly. It's organic, it's natural. I think you need to show passion in your responses. And definitely don't give yes or no answers, which some of our guys, when they're like, I want to have my lunch, was it a great day? Did you have a good morning? Yeah. So can you tell me a little bit more about what happened out there this morning? How was this stage? It was good. No! I want details. People want details. We want to hear things, and you want to hear the passion that you all have for the sport. So there's no right or wrong, but always be passionate, and always remember that, this interview might be going around the world, or it might just be going to the local paper. It doesn't matter where it's going. I'll give you an example. Sebastian Loeb, many, many years ago, Rally Norway. He'd won Rally Norway, I think it was the second time we were there, 2009. And he sat on the edge of my desk as I was making notes ahead of a press conference, and he was interviewed by 17 journalists, 17, one after the other after the other. And some of the questions they were asking him, they weren't great. But he responded to every single journalist in a really positive way, as if it was the first journalist. So by the time he got to the last one, it was like it was the first one. He was positive with everybody. He gave interesting answers. And I thought, that is the true sign of a professional, because he's treated the guy that's come in from a small local paper exactly the same as he's treated someone from the BBC. It doesn't matter how far the coverage is reaching or how important the journalist is. We're all important. We're all human beings. We're all exactly the same. And you need to treat everyone with respect. So Loeb was a great example of that, I feel. And I tell a lot of drivers that I media train, you need to treat everyone exactly the same, but always be passionate about what you do.
You are very lucky
helps.
to be a driver.
Yeah, exactly.
So lucky. You're so lucky. And the crew driver.
Yeah,
of course.
Well, the amazing part of having these women up here is the wealth of stories and knowledge, which makes it really difficult to wrap this up. But we've got a second panel coming up with some more amazing women that you're going to want to hear from. So here's what we're going to do. We're a little bit behind, sorry. The schedule in your brochure tells you that we'll be back in here at 12:30. Let's be back in here at 12:45. For those on the live stream, that's 12:45 Pacific Standard Time. And be sure to send in any questions that you might have over that live stream. Bex, the feedback from this room is gonna be a lot better than it was good, okay? So don't worry about it, since that's the answer you don't like. Thank you so much for being up here, for answering all of these questions, for sharing your stories with us. And we'll be back in here in 25 minutes.
Thank you.
I can get off easier than I can get on.
It's a challenging chair. It's a challenging chair.
Yeah, I think next time you need to have a table.
Okay.
You need a table with
Yeah,
at all.
I know, you're right. You're right.
It will be easier, and you can have microphone like this.
I know.
It's
promised
pity.
me that they test you.
Yeah.
So distracted by
Up, it's here.
Thank you.
scoot back. I feel like I'm in like front of you, and I'm gonna be leaning back the other way. Oh fuck! All right, just kidding. Oh god. Okay. Is that fine? I would. That would be me. Oh gosh.
Watch out, the one is in the air.
I did that. Is it?
Yeah, if you just like, yeah. Don't lean back.
Okay. All right. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. We gotta tell everybody to start. You're so far away. Hello. Yeah. So yeah, you go in the hole.
I'll be in the hole for you.
Okay. Deal.
I'll do that for you.
I have a milk club.
Oh.
Hello, everybody.
I want to do a picture.
Racing one.
I need Josie too. Josie.
Check.
All right, we're good now.
Hi again, everybody. Amazing. Everybody, as you're finding your seats, I'm going to say hello to those on the live stream. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. We have a global reach this year. Last year, we had 4,000 people tune into our live stream channel. And this year, I think it's going to, well, from what I've heard, we've got some great numbers again. So, exciting. I hope you all had a chance to check out some of our local vendors, our women-owned food trucks. I know we'll have some more people filtering in, and we'll have more time for all of that after this second incredible panel. We've got, we think we fixed the audio. So we're going to do our best. Thank you for bearing with us, everyone. Well, I'm going to get right into it because the women up here have countless stories that you will want to hear. Immediately to my right is Michelle Abadi, Trans Am driver and owns her own team. Yes.
Thank you.
Next to Michelle, I've got India Erbacher, who came all the way from Switzerland, who is a competitive top fuel drag racer. And Vanessa Ruff, who many people will know as the girl on a bike, pretty much has done anything involving wheels, but is very well known for her professional motorcycle racing, as well as just joining the bowler team as a rally driver. Beck's got a cowbell. So we know who's making that noise. Well, we're going to get right into it because the women on this panel have a very, very interesting perspective. And as I was thinking about, we've been chatting over the last few days, and as I was thinking about sort of a common thread, all of you have created a business out of your form of motorsport. So for the question in the audience earlier about whether you can make a living off of racing, this is the group you want to talk to. So Michelle, I'm going to let you give a little bit of an intro about yourself and then talk about how you've made this your life.
Cool. Is this gonna work? Hello? Hello? No? All right. Hello. First of all, thank you guys all so much for being here. This is such a cool event to be a part of. And yeah, as Josie mentioned, I own GUR Racing, which is it's a motorsports marketing company, so I can write off my bills for racing. But all in all, yeah, initially I was introduced into racing by watching my brother race. And my brother grew up racing go-karts. And I always wanted to race, but I wasn't really given the opportunity just because he was so successful. And so I kind of got into it through autocross. So I don't know if any of you guys know what that is, but it's like a time trial in autocross. I did that for I think about 7 years, and then just worked my way up through the ladder into club racing, and then now I'm racing professionally in the Trans Am series in the TA2 category, which is very, very close to my heart. I love Trans Am racing. It's like a NASCAR pretty much, tube chassis V8 build, composite body, about 520 horsepower, 2,800 pounds. And so, yeah, it's very raw. There's no driver aids. But yeah, so I got my start kind of from autocross, working my way up, and built my brand GUR Racing to help fuel my my motivation to continue and make it into my livelihood pretty much. So that's kind of my story.
So you also want me to introduce me. So my name is India. I'm from Switzerland. So how did I get into racing? Basically, it's completely different. I grew up with a family of petrol heads. So my dad has been racing since 35 years. So my first race was when I was 3 weeks old. So my parents took me with them all the time. I was just growing up at the racetrack. My dad is having a garage where he builds bikes, custom bikes, and Porsche. So it's kind of like my free time was always spent in between engines. Fun fact, I wasn't very interested in cars for a long, long time. So I was doing horse riding, show jumping, until I was 18. And then my dad came kind of to the point where he said, you know, I'm getting old, my bones are going to hurt after the races, so I'm not very much into racing anymore. I love racing, but the pain is just too much and all the work and stuff. So I was kind of like, what's happening with the racing family then? So all the team members, which are good friends of mine, which know me since a baby. So I was kind of like saying, okay, let's try it. Let me sit in the car and just have a few runs. And well, as you see today, I got addicted immediately after hitting the throttle of these cars, and yeah, the rest is just in the making. So it's kind of a family thing for me, and working on stepping into my father's huge footsteps, as he is a 6-time European champion. So yeah, big footsteps to follow, but I think we're on a good way.
Okay, so my background is very different again. It's one of the things I love about motorsport. So many of us come into it in different ways, and really, I had nothing to do with anything to do with wheels for a really long time in my life. I was an account director in marketing, had a normal 9 to 5, which is actually more like 60 plus hours a week in an office as an account director. And in 2014, I got hit by a car while cycling on my way home from work, and life changed very dramatically in a moment. And through my recovery, which has led me to live and manage with chronic pain, I've got a reconstructed right shoulder and right hip. I had 7 surgeries over 7 years. I discovered motorbikes, and it's quite a long story about it, but the short story is that when you get into something like motorsports, no one warns you that they breathe. So you get your first motorbike, your first car, and then suddenly you need like 2. It's kind of like Little Black Restaurant, they're all very different. And so my journey into motorcycles started. It started with a Harley Davidson Cruiser. It was like a sofa with an engine for my body then. I wasn't in a great way. And over the years of sort of roller coaster recovery, it escalated. I turned to off-road, and for anyone here who takes a car off-road, you'll appreciate how dynamic it is. Sometimes it's not necessarily about just going in a straight line in total control. It's about constantly flexing and fighting the stones and the rubble and the ruts, and you're constantly reading it. And yeah, sure enough, I got addicted to that. And over the last 2 years, I started racing, and I've now done some of the toughest off-road endurance rallies out there. Really. So I just did the African Eco Race in January, which is the original Dakar route, 6,000 kilometers over 13 days, and became the first British female to ever finish. And so through the motorbike world, the motorsports industries are quite connected, and so the opportunity to get into a car came around. And going back to sort of one of the key parts of the question is like, how do you build a business out of it? For me, following my accident, honestly, I was in a really bad place mentally. My mental health was in a bad way, my body was in a bad way, life was I started my Instagram account just initially sharing pictures of how cool I used to be. And I could like snowboard and do all this fun stuff, and I was a broken mess. So when I ran out of pictures, I was like, what do I do now? And I thought, why don't I be real and share what I'm going through? And I suppose the fact that I had a career in marketing before really helped, because when I got my Instagram account, I obviously got the Facebook and URL, and so I sort of cornered to go on a bike. And it's really just grown and escalated. And my tip for how I sort of built my brand as the girl on the bike, I think is through storytelling, but it's not about me. Like my biggest mission in everything I do is to try and help inspire other people to get up and do something. Whether it's trying to do couch for 5K, getting up and mowing the lawns, calling that friend that you haven't spoken to that you've missed, like anything, getting on a motorbike, getting in a rally car, you see where we're going. But trying to encourage other people to do things, and that's kind of how I try to build my platform of what I do, to try and give to the world. Because I often think, especially with social media, it can be so toxic and shiny and perfect and amazing, and it's like, I'm really sorry, but life isn't shiny, perfect, amazing. So by trying to share all of the realities of it and inspire the people to get up, when I then speak to sponsors, one of the best ways to, I don't know, an easy example, how do you sell a motorcycle jacket? You don't tell people to buy the jacket, you inspire them to go on an adventure, and they're going to need a jacket to go on an adventure. Gonna do the pass.
I know, we'll be awkward.
We're passing it around.
It's okay. At least you can hear us when we do this. So one of the, I mean, these are very different forms of motorsport, right? Vanessa's off in the middle of literally the middle of nowhere in a desert somewhere with nothing but a bike. You're hitting 60-mile-per-hour speeds in under a second. I mean, the physicality of these sports, the Trans Am cars, it's just, rally is rugged, and rally when Michelle drove it was even more wild, I would argue. But tell us a little bit about that. Tell us about the intensity of your form of motorsport.
Well, whenever answering a question like that, I always say we drive fire-breathing race cars, like they are blowing flames out the pipes, much like your car does. But we also turn.
Okay.
You have like 10 times the amount of horsepower I have. So anyway, this isn't a battle, but no. I feel like I feel like the road racing that I do, obviously we're on a circuit course, or I guess as a lot of you might call it, tarmac. And my class has typically over 40 cars in it, so it's all men right now. I'm the only female in the world racing in TA2, which I can't wait till I don't have to say that anymore. Thank you. But yeah, so I just feel like my platform of TA2 racing is really awesome, and it encompasses that V8 power. It encompasses the sounds of the V8 motor. We don't have, like I was saying, no traction control, no power assist in the vehicle, so it's all very raw driving. We're on a bias ply slick tire, and we have a H pattern. It's sequential, but it's H pattern, so you don't have to use the clutch when you're shifting, and it's just one of the most raw forms of road racing, in my opinion. So that's my take on Trans Am. I could talk forever about it.
So yeah, I mean, drag racing, it's something completely different. We just go straight, I know, but we go pretty fast. And well, let's name some key facts about the Top Fuel car that I drive. So it might be the best impression to give you guys for what intensity it has. So as Josie already said, like from 0 to 60 miles per hour, we are probably 0.6 seconds. We drive with nitromethane, which is liquid explosive to explode buildings when you want to tear them down. And when I hit the throttle, I have plus 6 G-forces on my chest, and within 3.8 seconds, I fall into -4 G-forces. So it's a huge impression that you have on your body that you have to go through. But next to all this power that these cars have, they are so sensitive when it comes down to get them down the track and to be the fastest one. Like a lot of stuff that is deciding over winning or losing a round is the clutch. So we play with micrograms on the clutch to hit it in the right second, not even second, millisecond, to hit the next floater in and stuff. So it's like they are beasts, these cars. They are so dangerous. I mean, this car can kill you within a second without even thinking about it, like what's happening, so you can be gone. But they are so sensitive. They are so soft, and like all the team around, like I have 10 guys working with me since ages, and we're all doing this in our free time as a passion. So we spend our holidays at the racetrack, and I think this is the other really big impact drag racing has. it's kind of the roots of racing in my eyes. It's like where it all started back in the days where all the street illegal races started from light to light, where you just wanted to test your car, and all of the racing started to get to a point from there. So I think like drag racing has a huge impact, not even in the power that it has, but also in the surrounding.
So, India, something you mentioned to me yesterday blew my mind about drag racing. Can I just jump in with a story you told me where you didn't have your seat for a race? Because you say she goes to 0 to 60 in under a second, you think that's fast. Like, how do you deal with that? But the fastest motorbike I've ever ridden was 2.6 seconds. And that was like the legal high of your internal organs trying to evacuate your body. But say about your seat, because that to me made my brain be able to, you're badass.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. Are you going to tell me the story?
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm still having jet lag, sorry. Yeah, so last year I went to the first race, and it's always getting busy when you load the trailer. So unfortunately I forgot my own seat, so I had to take my dad's seat, which was obviously way too big for me. But when you're at the race, you don't stay there and say, I'm not going to race. No, you sit inside the car. And so, unfortunately, I broke my back during qualification rounds due to the acceleration. And I kind of felt it. I didn't mention this yesterday, but I kind of felt it during my last qualification round. But I was number 1 qualifier. So on Sunday, I woke up with back pain and I was like, something is wrong. But it's not feeling as it should. So I went into the car again, and we won the first round, so I openly drove the second round. And then we went to the final, so I drove the final. I lost the final, but after this, I couldn't get out of my car. So it was basically when I broke my back due to the acceleration of hitting that problem. Yeah, so.
Told you, total badass. So, yeah, my motorbike has got nowhere near the power of any of this lot. It's pretty useless, really. It's like a dead elephant. It doesn't even stand up. And I'll go off 100 kilometers to the desert on my own, carrying my own water and food and emergency supplies, flares, blankets, all of that kind of stuff, which I've unfortunately had to use. I've had a night in the stand to use for campfire and a boogeyman and sandman reel. But I think the easiest way to sort of show the extremes of the sort of rallying I'm doing is like a typical day in the desert. I'm burning 6,000 to 8,000 calories. My longest day on a rally bike is 13 and a half hours. Typical day for me is sort of 8 or so hours, and it's physical. Like, as I said, my bike doesn't even stand up on its own. You're fighting it through pretty tough terrain. If you try walking in deep sand, it's harder than walking on the concrete. Try running on it, try riding a bicycle on it, then it's not just you've got an engine and it does it for you. It's really difficult. The sort of races I do, unfortunately, most of them someone won't come home from them. They're pretty dangerous, but they're really fun, and you should all want to get on a motorbike and go do them, or get in a car. Getting into a car, I think the biggest thing that blew my mind getting into a car from a motorbike is on a motorbike you're really free, you're fluid, you're using your body weight to control the bike, to lean, to move to corner. And then you get in a car and you get strapped into the seat, which hopefully fits you. Harness, your neck strapped to your shoulders, you've got a helmet on. You can basically move your ankle and your arms. And I don't think anyone really prepared me for quite how intense that feeling is. When you're then going into corners with a guy sat next to you telling you should go faster because he knows that it's not really that big a corner. Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Keep that. You keep it. So then I wanted to hear from Vanessa as well, because the way that you got into the rally car with Bowler was kind of by accident, right?
Totally by accident. They said earlier it's about meeting people, networking. So I was in Bivouac. All stories start with that, right?
Explain.
Basically vehicle porn everywhere. And I was just wandering around, just dribbling. I met this guy. He seemed really cool. We were chatting away. He was there as a privateer supporting a car, and it was a really great chat. Gave him my phone number, not because I wanted to do anything with him. just because he seemed like a cool person to know and meet. Anyway, we're in the middle of this conversation with a bowler wildcat flies past. Click, Vanessa goes into 3-year-old child excitement about this bowler, like the VA. And I basically just completely checked out the conversation, ignored him, left it, and was like over this bowler wildcat. Just to put it into context, I had bowler wildcat wallpaper from posters as a 14-year-old. So like this was my dream car driving past me. Anyway, I carried on, the rally went by, and about a year later I get this phone call, and it's like, hey, it's Dave. I met you in the bivouac, and I didn't give anyone else my number, so I was like, oh my goodness, I know who you are. I am so sorry, I was so rude to you. How are you doing? And it turns out he was head of motorsports at Bowler. Kind of the right person to be really rude to, basically turning into a child over the car. And he sort of then started following my journey and story and was like, what do you reckon's come and doing an event in one of our new Bowler Defender rally cars? So it's being brought out by Land Rover and they're running the Defender 90 rally cars. And I obviously tried to bite his arms off by the phone, and the rest has kind of escalated from there. It's been an incredible journey, and now I've been in a rally car. But my actual response to him on the phone was, how do you know I can even drive? Obviously I've got my driving license and stuff, and his response was, you can ride a motorcycle in the desert on your own, off-road, whilst reading a piece of paper which is largely French abbreviations, compass bearings and symbols to navigate, all yourself. I think you can get in a rally car. And I was like, okay, let's do this. And yeah, I'm now doing the European rounds this year. So I did the UK rounds. The whole thing with Bowler is that they've made a production rally car, and anybody can effectively buy a rally car and go and learn from the team. So they took me from never having got in a rally car, doing my bars test, which is the license you need in the UK to race, through to driving, building my confidence, getting me working with a navigator, to the point where I managed to get some podiums even. And it was a really incredible way for me to start into motorsports because I was able to learn from their experience.
So speaking of doing things yourself, Michelle, a massive part of your story is the fact that your career you've built from the ground up. I don't want to say entirely on your own, because of course you found support, but you found that support. You went out and you really built your brand and your career and everything up on your own. I'd like to hear more about that.
Yeah, that's actually one of my favorite questions, because it's something I feel like a lot of people in this room can relate to. You know, you want to go do this racing, whatever it may be, and you just feel like, well, I don't have all the stuff to go do it, and I don't, like, it feels almost impossible to do it. And that's how it kind of felt for me, but I was really close to it because I had my brother to watch, but I didn't have a car, I didn't have a truck, I didn't have a trailer, I didn't have jack stand, you know, I didn't have all that stuff that you needed. And with my passion for the sport, I was able to kind of grow up around it, but not doing it. And what I ended up doing is, of course, I started using my daily driver to do the autocross, you know, and then I'm doing track days, and then my dad's like, you can't do that, you don't have a roll cage. And I'm like, oh, you know, like totally ignoring the safety side of the sport. And, but with that, with how all of our panelists have said, you know, you go to these events and you talk to people and you try to see, like, how did they get to where they were going? What paths did they take, you know? And I've had a lot of people help me, you know, and I'm very, very grateful for my husband. We met in high school, and I was just autocrossing when we met, so he's been part of my journey this entire time. I absolutely wouldn't be here without his support, because he always made me feel like I could do anything. Like if I doubted myself, he's like, you could definitely do that, you know what I mean? And so I think the message I would like to share with those of you that feel that way, like, well, how do I get there and how do I do it? You literally just kind of find a way. You know, and whether that's through the people you meet or going to events, or like I walked up to Kurt Crawford of Crawford Performance and I was like, do you have a race car I could drive? You know, and it was like the stupidest question you could probably ask someone like that, but like that's where I was at. I really wanted to go to CB Fest. I loved Subarus at the time, and like he was like, well, actually, yeah, I might. And I was like, wait, what? Like I was like, holy crap, you know, this was back in like 06 or 07. And so really believe in yourself, you know, and it's so cliche, and all the feedback we're trying to give you guys seems very cliche and very basic, but truthfully, if you really, really want to do something, you have the passion, you don't even know if you can do it, like, keep trying. People will see that, and like, just try to lean on people that you look up to. You know, I really looked up to my brother. He was just the form of natural talent. My brother was a phenomenal race car driver, and it was just like, oh, I always knew like, well, I could do it. If he can do it, I could do it. You know what I mean? And the fact that my brother didn't like go to a racing school, he never developed his skills that way, kind of showed me that, you know, you can do it just on talent, but then I had to learn how to do it without the support. And so I think the big takeaway is just don't give up on yourself and just keep trying. And you know, it's really easy to make excuses like, oh, I can't do it, I don't have this or that. But find people that might help you, or brands that resonate with you. And that's a whole other area that we could talk about, sponsorship. But through my career and my experiences with racing, it's just being genuine, being yourself, and believing in yourself, and just kind of taking a chance on yourself. The last thing I want to add to that is the highest ranks of racing I've been to is the NASCAR Truck Series. And my parents are probably watching right now. And when I told them I wanted to do the Truck Series race at COTA, they're like, you can't do that. Like, that's huge. You know, all they do is rag. And like, it was kind of a no. But that's kind of been my fight my whole career, is just kind of fighting through the no's and finding the guesses and working your way through it. And it's just a matter of like staying focused on your goal. I mean, make a vision board. It sounds stupid, but I did it. I saw like, I want to get this license and I want to do this race. And so just stay true to yourself, be genuine, and believe in yourself, because we'll all say it. If you think you can do it, you can do it. It's just getting there.
And tell us a little bit more, because as we heard earlier, we have a lot of folks in the room that are ready to get going. You said, I love that, you just walked in and said, hey, can I have a car? I mean, it works, so that's good. But tell us a little more, you know, specifically, like, then what? You know, what's next?
Yeah, so it doesn't always work like that. It usually doesn't work like that at all. I've definitely gotten way more no's than I've gotten yeses. But now that I'm 35, I'm not 29 like everybody else. But no, in my experience, honestly, just being truthful about what you want to do and how much it costs and the value you can bring and all of those things it's what people will see. Because when I was younger, I thought I had to speak a certain way. I thought I had to say, you know, certain things, and I had to be somebody else. And I felt very like under pressure, and like I wouldn't really be able to stand up here and talk to people because I wouldn't know what to say. And it's really just share who you are, share your story, share your passions, and just be very genuine. Pretty much every sponsor you see on my race car, they're like family to me because I use their product and I believe in it. And that's something that's super important to my race program as well, is just being authentic and actually like supporting those companies. But there's also other ways to do it too, you know. If Tide was like, hey, we'll give you $2 million to go race, okay, I'll figure out how to use Tide. But, you know, but in a general speaking, I've only made it so far in my career, and I think it's because of being genuine and a good person and just being truthful to what I want to do.
And I think everyone in the room who has been in motorsport or in any realm where they've really had to push and advocate for themselves, we've all gotten a lot of no's, right? Just like you just mentioned. And India, when you first wanted to get into the car, I think, what did your dad say?
Well, basically, my dad asked me if I'm stupid. So, no, he definitely didn't want me to race. Luckily, I'm very stubborn, so I kind of like make my way around my dad. So I got a good friend of the family who always said, like, you know, you're the only child he has, so what's happening with the racing and stuff? So same thoughts that I had. And so I just went to him and said, like, hey, so I need $8,000 for my license for the first one. You said you will support me if I want to start, so what's the deal? So yeah, he basically said, let's do it. So I just looked for all the programs and stuff, the licensing, and I went to my dad and said, so there are two chances. Either I'm doing it by myself or you're part of it. And then he said, like, well, he wasn't very happy, to be honest. He was very angry and very mad at me for like 2 or 3 weeks. But after that, he came and he said, like, let's do it together in a serious way. let's get the knowledge that I have. Let me try to help you as good as I can. Do it in a safe way, not just humbling for a win, just stepping in there and thinking like, yeah, I'm the biggest. I'm the one who's going to rock the world and stuff, because that's not racing. You will fall down very, very, very many times. I think all of us can talk about this. So yeah, basically he had no chance then saying, okay. So my mama is basically, she stood with the knife behind him and told him, like, if my daughter isn't coming back home alive, you will be the next one missing. So yeah, so as I said, my parents haven't been very happy about it, even if I was growing up in a racing family, but now they are supporting me as much as they can. So yeah, it changed.
And how about you, Vanessa? How do you deal with the no's?
I think trying to build credibility. If someone says, oh, you've got no place to do anything on mechanics, then how can I increase my mechanical skills to the point that I can stand there credibly and have a conversation where they're like, oh, okay, she is credible in that. And I think a key thing with that is that you don't suddenly do the Avenue Eco race in a day. It's always progressive. Like our comfort zones, fear. I remember, I mean, I started off-road riding 7.5 years ago, and I've had 4 hip surgeries in that time. And I can still remember when a curve terrified me. I did just like riding my motorbike down a curve. And now I will go over a log or up a hill climb. I've done over Romaniacs. But I didn't just suddenly go for that. You kind of got to move your comfort zone and push it. And in doing that for me, that helped me build the credibility with the people that were the no's. But then I also tried to push away the people that weren't the ones that were going to believe in me. You want to try and surround yourself with people that say yes when you come up with those crazy ideas, like going and doing the original Dakar. There's a lot of people that didn't believe that was going to be possible. The average racer that I'm going against in that race was pretty much twice my size. I'm 60 kilos, and there were 100, 120 kilo guys on the same bike doing the same distance, carrying the same kit. So statistically, I probably didn't have the same odds. And I remember having an article written about me just before I did the race when I announced I was doing it, and it literally said against the odds, Vanessa's entering, and you're like, thanks. But my way to kind of counter those no's or disbeliefs is to try and work even harder and prove them wrong. Use it as a fuel to fight and go harder. And you know, you don't think I'm fit enough, then I'll do more fitness. You don't think I'm strong enough, then I'll eat better nutrition. You don't think I've got the right kit, then I'll find out how to get the right kit, build the right team. And I mean, we were talking about foundations earlier, but for me in the desert, yes, I've got to go off and do the 600 kilometers on my own out there. But when I come into the bivouac, my mechanic and my support team are the ones that are going to help keep me going, keep me sane, look after me, wipe my tears, definitely tears in the desert, and help me get back on the bike the next day. So it's all of that surrounding. I think I've waffled and ping-ponged away from the question, but I think building on your credibility, parents can be very nervous and scared, especially when you're doing races. And me and my husband eat really healthily. He eats more pizza while I'm racing than he does like in our whole year from just like nervous eating, watching a dot on a map. And when the dot doesn't move, is it a glitch? Or, I mean, it could be anything. I've been pulled out in a helicopter before, and so get the people around you that say yes to the crazy ideas and build your credibility. Build it. It doesn't happen in a day. If you want it, fight every day, every month until you make it happen.
All the way back.
Yes.
There you go. Well, one of the big topics that I know Vanessa is very passionate about that carries through to our first panel as well, but the 3 forms of motor sport that you 3 are competing in, all motorsport is dangerous. Yours are extra dangerous. I'd like to have each of you explain a little bit about, your focus on safety, whether it's the equipment, the team, all of that, and what you found is sort of your best solution.
I think that's a really important question, and speaking recently, in July I had the worst incident I've ever had in a race car. Briefly, I'll walk you through it. We were at Road America, which is a very fast racetrack, and it was the third lap of the first session of the weekend. And I was heading into Canada Corner, and I hit the brakes, and they didn't work. And what had happened after post-incident, we found out that my left rear brake caliper bolt bracket bolt broke, like sheared off. So that opened my whole rear brake system and then forced all the pressure to the fronts. And when this happened, obviously my fronts locked up because we don't have ABS. And I managed to avoid the car in front of me, but I did hit the wall at 80 miles an hour. Upon impact, I broke my ankle, and I thought I broke my back, which I didn't, but very painful.
Yeah.
And then the car caught on fire while I was inside of it. So I pulled the suppression system, which failed because the fire bottle actually rotated under impact. And so a lot of things were learned from that incident. I did get out under my own power and was in a lot of pain, obviously, and got sent to the hospital. But with that, man, it was an experience. Definitely a safety experience, safety gear experience. I had no burns on my body. Thankfully, the Trans Am series does practice egress, meaning you have to be tested for how quickly you can get out of the car. They do blindfold you in case you are in a smoke-filled car. You have to be able to shut the power, pull your steering wheel off, put your window net down, and take your harness off as well. And then obviously egress, get out of the car. If anybody is out there that races, you should practice this at least once a month. At least once a month. Because in that moment, had I not practiced those safety items, I don't believe I would have been able to get out of the car that fast. I mean, I still had my cool shirt attached, I still had my helmet blower attached, but thankfully those are made to break away in an emergency situation. But yeah, beyond all that, I was in my Recaro racing seat, I had my seatbelt harnesses on, I had all my safety gear on, my gloves were singed, they were burnt, but my body had no burns. And so, to answer your question, what we do is very dangerous. It doesn't matter if you're going, how fast are you going? No, I don't do kilometers and all of that.
Okay. I don't do miles per hour, I'm sorry.
So look, how many kilometers then, or however?
We're going up to 520 kilometers per hour. So yeah.
So super fast. I think my top speed in my TA2 car was like 172. We'll do 200 at Daytona, but I haven't been to Daytona. And how fast do you go?
145.
Yeah.
Maybe. But that's off-road in the desert with rain. You have no idea what's coming.
Yeah, which I've done a little bit of off-roading, and that's terrifying. It's a lot like rally, where you have no idea what's around the corner. So I think that what you can control, you need to take the proper measures to use, because hopefully you'll never need it. But if you ever do, it might save your life. So that's my take on safety.
Yeah, so safety is kind of a bit a different topic in my sports. Luckily I never had any accident, which was very dangerous. Let's say engine explosions are kind of like a daily thing for us. We have at least like 3 to 4 engine explosions a season. Sometimes we have more, sometimes like each round an engine explodes. This is kind of like the thing that I said, like we drive nitromethane. So what we're basically doing is we're trying to control a bomb. So we're trying to get the car just right to the point where it's going to explode, but not exploding. So this is how we win rounds. So of course we have a lot of safety. So I have like 8 layers on my race suit to be safe from fire and stuff, and a lot of other different things. Because of the speed. So we have, as example, we have like lasers which are switching the car off in case you don't push the chutes before, like after 100 kilometers, 100 meters after the finish line, because if you hit the wall with 520 kilometers per hour, we don't have to talk what's happening. So, and the thing of these cars is like one of the characteristics is they're not going to stop. As long as they have fuel, as long as the engine is running, they're just going. They want to go faster and faster and faster, so they're not going to slow down. So, another safety thing. But what I think is like the part where I say where my safety starts is, or what I can do with my safety is having a team behind my back where I trust. Because after each round we have to service to complete the engine. So I don't have time to check everything. my dad doesn't have time to check everything because there is so much work within 1 hour to do. It's basically just the guys running around the pits and getting the engine ready. And so basically I'm just having guys around me that I trust to my heart by my life and saying, okay, if I'm sitting inside this car, I know they did all they could to give me a safe car. And there is not like, you know, turning around and listening to your car and kind of thinking like, something sounds strange. This could be bad. If I'm thinking about this, it makes a poof and I'm gone, basically. So it's different. But what I do is kind of like, I mix my own fuel to see that the percentage is what it should be. I pack my own chutes because they are my lifesaver in case of an accident. So yeah, safety is different for me. Safety starts in my place with the choice of people I take with me to the race and knowing they're doing good work and just trusting them blind.
So I would say skill and equipment are my two big things for safety. On a motorcycle, you're really vulnerable. You have a lot of roll cage or anything like that. And so working on your skill to try and reduce the risk of falling off or crashing is a really important one, working on your balance. And I think that also transfers into a car. If you practice, the more skill training you do, like I've flown over here from the UK, I'm a dirtfish. I wouldn't come here without having a lesson, right? So tomorrow, I'm going to be getting in a rally car and with Michelle and doing a lesson, trying to improve my skills so that when I am back in my car, back in the UK and Europe, I'm going to be a little bit more skillful. So really working on your skills to help negate the risk. And then the equipment. I will not get on a motorcycle, whether it's on the road, adventure riding, or my rally bike without the right equipment. Ever. You ride for the slide, not for the ride. No, you dress for the slide, not the ride.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yes, you can.
Yes.
It sounds good.
So, like, you know, you've got full, massive knee frames, the boots. I wear a full body armor, which is also an airbag, an Alpine Stars one. That thing has saved me in 5 offs in the desert. It knows I'm going to crash before I do. Goodness knows how the algorithm works. But it takes a 95% reduction in the impact of an accident. Unbelievable kit. I think the future of motorcycling will be that we are wearing these airbags all the time. I remember the time, but I don't remember the time, I'm younger than that. Someone in might remember the time when seatbelts and airbags in cars weren't normal. Now they're normal. I think airbags on motorcycles, that's going as well. When I get into a rally car, there is this strange feeling of feeling very protected. Because you're like strapped in, you're all cozy. It feels like your husband's arms are like clinging you into the chair. You've got this big roll cage. But then you realise how expensive it is to have an issue in a rally car. Like my motorbike, he kind of doesn't really care. If I toss him on the floor, he'll just be like, oh, can you pick me up now? They're kind of designed for it, and a rally car is a lot more expensive, so it then links back to the skill, and then the bank account doesn't suffer quite as much. But yeah, skill and always wear the right equipment. I learned yesterday, I'm a little bit newer to the rally world. Obviously, in my rally car, I wear the suit, and I've got the fireproof clothing underneath, but I didn't know about the bras and the knickers. Does everyone here know about this? But what I did realise, okay, so there's now a fireproof bra I'm going to have to get. But why is there not yet, I'm putting this out here, girls' knickers? Apparently you have to wear boys' shorts.
Yeah.
What? Someone must be listening to this that can make this change.
Please.
That's me. Mic drop.
I think we do have a lot of engineers in the room, so there's a challenge for you. But one of the great things on the safety front is what I've been hearing about a lot is safety companies starting to build seats that fit women's bodies, so that you don't have the experience that India had, you know, by being in a seat that's not designed to protect you. I'd like to shift a little bit. Last year, a great member of the audience last year asked the panelists if you deal with imposter syndrome. And that's a really good question, I think, and out of all of the feedback that I got from the panel last year, the answers to to that question were some of the ones that hit hardest for our visitors. So tell us a little bit about how you deal with it, and a really prideful moment maybe where you did.
So I just want to make sure I understand correctly. So what do you mean by imposter syndrome?
Okay, thank you. I was questioning myself. Like,
No.
I wasn't here last year, so I don't know.
Come on. Imposter syndrome is basically where that little voice in your head convinces you that you're not worthy of being in a space. So I have imposter syndrome right now because it's crazy for me to be at the front of this room. You know, that's something that I have to remind myself I'm worthy of. I'm worthy of being in a space. But it's really, really easy as women, as people, as you know, maybe folks that are underrepresented in a community to, it's really easy to fall into the pattern of, do I deserve to be here?
Yeah, so I'd be lying if I said I never experienced that. It definitely happens often, and the quickest, easiest answer is fake it till you make it. Because that is seriously, that has got me into championships so much more than just like hopes and dreams and trying to think the right thing. I'll never forget when I first started racing in a series called the United States Touring Car Championship Series. They had some rules that you had to follow, and it was the first time I ever was in a racing series where they like said you had to have like racing polos and you had to look a certain way, and like I was like, wow, it's gonna cost me a lot of money to like get shirts and this and that, but like we ended up branding our whole race program because of the rules. And then I'm looking and I'm like, wow, we look really good. Like we look like a real race team. You know what I mean? And it was like kind of eye-opening, because I was like, nobody knows who Gurr Racing is. Nobody knows just me and my husband. Like I had somebody of stature come to me and they're like, who runs your entire company? And I was like, I do. You know, my husband and I. And so with, I guess, imposter syndrome, it's almost just like, almost faking yourself out and like trying to redial in and say, okay, you know what, I've made it this far. Maybe look back at where you started, and I can tell you I started from pretty much nothing, you know, and where you are today, and I still do that, because it's like sometimes you take for granted all the opportunities you have had and the challenges you have overcome, and it's really easy to look at maybe someone else and say like, oh wow, like they're just killing it and they're doing way better than me, you know, and it's like everybody has their own story. And so I think it's really important to kind of ground yourself and don't discount any of your achievements, small or big, even if it's getting out of bed every day. You know, that's how you start your day. You gotta start, and you gotta go with each step. And I think with racing, it's a lot more downs than ups usually, at least it has been for me. It's a very challenging sport to be in, but ultimately it comes down to your passion and your desire, and if you really want to be out there, you'll find a way. So just, there'll be times where you doubt yourself, but ultimately you have to be the one to pull yourself out of it. And if you're lucky, you'll have others that will help you do that too.
So as great as it is to run in a family business, as hard as it can get to follow your father's footsteps, I think Oliver Solberg is also getting through this, or went through this. So people are looking at you with big eyes because they say like, you're the daughter of him, you're Urbacher, you have to do this, you should be great, you should doing this good. And there are moments where I just fail as a driver, honestly, where I'm just sitting inside my car at the top end, I'm thinking like, what was this? Like, what did she do? So these are the moments where I'm sometimes sitting here and thinking like, I should quit. I don't know why I'm doing this, because I will never be good enough to get to a point where I can steer my car through a point where it's very dangerous, because maybe I'm just like not having enough experience. And these are the moments where you struggle, not because of me, but because of my team. I'm feeling bad for my team because I know they put all the work in, like they are working like animals to run. And I'm just doing like one stupid small mistake, and it's just like, poof, the win is gone. And yes, this is hard, but I have a great team, so they always build me up, and I'm not trying to show them, to be honest, because I know I have to be the leader. I have to show them, let's go through this. But they know me, so They can see it in my eyes what I'm thinking. So if they're watery and glittery, they know, oh, okay, it's not that good. So, yeah, so they know me. And I think one of the greatest things that always keeps me up are the kids at the racetrack. I mean, I had one little guy walking to my pits in Center Pot last year, final round, walking to me, and I had a shit weekend. I had like 5 engines with me and 4 exploded, so I was just like, oh, it was so expensive, like, it was so dangerous. So on Sunday evening, he walked to my pits with his mama, and he asked me if he could have a gasket, a head gasket of me, and I said, of course, sure, you can choose one. And then he asked me, like, which was your last one from the last run? And I said, this one. Yeah, because I stood behind your car. And I was like, oh, how did you get to the starting area? And he said, yeah, I started driving with Junior Dragster. I was like, this is awesome, great. And then he came and said, yeah, can I show you a picture? So he actually showed me a picture from back in 2016. He was just like this, and he was staying next to me, and he said, this was the moment where you said, if you believe in your dreams, you can make it. And this is why he started racing, and this is what keeps me going. Like, I think, yeah, it's just like making an impact and giving back. We talked about it yesterday, like giving back to people. It's one of the things where you're just sitting here and thinking like, okay, something I do is right, so I'll keep going.
I genuinely believe that everybody gets imposter syndrome, or at least that's what I tell myself when I get it like, all the time. So please all nod and say we'll get it. I think it's normal. And I think one of the things that I try to do when I'm getting it, which is frequent, is to try and remember that I've trained and I've prepared and I've worked my bottom off to get to where I am, and I have every right to be there as everybody else. I remember being in a race, it was Red Bull Romaniacs. There were about 600 guys and 6 women. And I remember being there on the start line in my helmet, and I actually started crying because I was just so overwhelmed that I was going to die. I wasn't ready for this race. So just a little bit of context, this is a hard enduro race in the Carpathian Mountains in Romania. I think it's 6 days, and the only way to describe this race is disgusting. Man-made obstacles that are designed to be crowd pleasers, which basically means fails and crashes, like mountains, river crossings, rock beds, and you're doing it on a motorcycle that weighs more than you while there are other people around, and apparently using their heads for like, if they fall in front of you, you scramble. So you have to try and go around them if they fall off. And I remember just being there thinking, I shouldn't be here, and freaking out. You know when you want the earth to like crack open and just swallow you up and take you away? And I just kind of had to sit there going, well, you're here now, aren't you? You've made some life choices, so you got to suck it up, buttercup. And in that point, it's looking back at your past achievements. You don't just appear on the start line of the race. And if you weren't ready to be there, you wouldn't be there. And go out and do it. Basically, use that imposter syndrome to fuel your power. I know I often do a lot of speaking, and people often say that, don't you get really nervous going in front of a group of people? And I'm like, yeah, I do. I'm a normal human as well. It's terrifying. I look at all the faces. They're very friendly, but people will bite. The way to kind of to utilize that nerve is to use it as your preparation. And so use those nerves as part of your toolkit before you go into it.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. I would love to open it up to the audience now. If anybody has any questions. Is Nate in here with the handy microphone? There he is. Okay. Nate, we're going to have you sprint all the way up to the front here. Run! I won! That's an ally right there.
Sorry. First of all, thank you. This is fantastic. My question is for all of you, and it goes kind of back to the imposter syndrome. Do you remember the first time that you took your helmet off and somebody was completely shocked that it was a chick? Because I remember my first time, I was at Laguna Seca, and this girl was just amazed that some other woman could be driving, and she has since gotten into racing. But I'm wondering, do you guys remember the first time?
I do. Well, I'm not going to say it's the first time, but I'm going to say it's my favorite time. And actually, some of you may recognize the track, Pacific Raceways. I was doing a Majors Tour race, and it's actually on YouTube. And this was a long time ago. It was probably 2014 or 2015. And I had a hell of a race. I was an STU. I was racing against a Mustang, former GTU champion. Not going to name him. But he took me out 2 times in the race, and we were battling for the lead. Car count was low. I think there was maybe 5 cars, so essentially still a chance to win the race. And little did I know, there was a little bit of an audience there, which was pretty cool. But I came into the pits. I won the race, and the last lap I passed him, which was really, really cool. Probably one of my favorite races to this date. But I get out of the car, and my husband, he's my crew chief, my spotter, all of that. So he had been radioing with me, and this man and his son were there. And I didn't know about them, obviously, but I came in the pits, and I took my helmet off, and this boy maybe was 5 years old, and he's like, "Oh my God, Dad, it's a girl!" Blown away. And my cars are always, they're not very girly looking. My car was OD green with a flag on the roof, and so not very feminine looking, I guess. And I was just kind of like, oh, that was cool. Didn't really think anything of it. And after the award ceremony, went back to the pit, and the little boy came with his dad, and this little boy was so impressive. He knew every car, every motor, his favorite race cars, and he was like, "Can I help you and your team?" And I was like, "You want to help us put stuff away?" Like, sure, And his name was Roman, and that was one of the coolest moments. And what's really cool is I actually sponsor Roman to this day. He was one of the racing drivers.
So I have kind of a bit of different story with, I went clubbing with a friend of mine. So a random guy came to me and asked me like, "Hey, what do you do in your free time and stuff?" And I usually don't say what I do. I just said, "Yeah, I'm into cars and stuff." And then he started talking to me about his BMW that he tuned by himself and blah, blah, blah. And he was staying there like super friendly, like, "Hey, this is awesome, it's so cool. Yeah, it has like 500 horsepower, that's so great." And was staying there. And my friend was literally staying next to me, and she was so bored. She was like, I could see her eyes roll around the whole time. And then one time she just stood there and took me back and said, "Dude, she is driving 10,000 horsepower, so stop. You're annoying her. Can we please stop this conversation now, because I want to spend my night with her, because we don't get to see each other very often, because she's a race car driver, so please stop." And he was like, "What? You? But you're a woman. You're with long blonde hair and high heels." And I was like, "Yeah, I'm doing this in my free time, yeah." So yeah, this was pretty this was a moment where I was staying there like, so. Yeah.
There we go.
Thank you so much for being here. It's been very inspiring to hear every single one of you. I've been training via simulator racing. I built my own simulator a couple years ago. I had a bad accident when I was younger, so it kind of took me away from the sport, and grew up around a mechanic working on my own car growing up. And as someone interested in potentially racing and getting sponsored, I know we're asking a lot about the positive things, about imposter syndrome, but what does it feel like when you're talking about your sponsors when you haven't had a few good seasons or when you haven't been performing your best? Could you talk a little bit about what that's like and how to turn that around with those more business relationships?
Yeah, I think that goes back to being authentic. On my Instagram, I always share.
So
I become a NASCAR racer and was wondering how to get into racing.
That is awesome.
sounds like just a saying, but it's a truth. And I think I would tell myself this: just keep what you're doing, believe in yourself, work as hard as you can for your dreams, and sometimes just let time do what it needs to be done, because sometimes you can't change anything and you just have to wait, and sometimes there is a reason why.
So I would definitely double emphasize the believe in yourself part, because it's absolutely unreal what you can achieve when you believe in yourself. And a key thing to then focus on there is what's in your control. So often there's all this noise, all this stuff going on that you can't do anything about. Focus it in on what you can actually do today, this week, this month towards that goal, and get up every day and do something towards it. And then when you do get up in the morning and you have no energy and you feel like your goals are completely unachievable or your body hurts, whatever it is, remember that that's normal. And we all have days where our dreams don't feel like they're going to come true. And it's on those days where the people that make their dreams come true keep going anyway, and find, even if it's 4 minutes in that day, to do something, just chip away at it and just keep believing and focusing and go towards it.
I'll just add one little bit. With everything they said, the other side of that, if you're looking at racing at like a professional level, I wish someone would have told me to understand your value. I think everything that I've led to this point is you don't really have a clear understanding of what your value is, and I always undersold myself, and it hurt me every single time. So I think that's a really important thing to take back, is just really genuinely evaluate kind of what you're doing and understand your value, and just make conscious decisions as to if it really is worth the partnership you're trying to create, because sometimes it's just easier to buy the part than it is to try to sign in a contract.
Sorry, it's me again. I have a little story to add here, and maybe one point, just doing the things that you really enjoy. The great women before talked about it, like living it and loving it. I was sitting once with my dad somewhere, and we had a glass of wine, red wine, so we got very like philosophic, and we talked about it, and he said, like, you know, if you're having an accident, a really bad one, it takes you about 10 to 15 minutes until the ambulance is at the accident and they have time to bring you to the hospital. So basically, when you're about to die, you're going through a movie. So this movie that's playing is full with scenes that happened in your life and made an impact on you. Even it made you cry, it made you happy. It was just a special person you saw, or like a conversation you had with someone. So you have to take care that this movie is as long as possible, that the ambulance gets the chance to bring you to the hospital and save your life. So this is basically what I'm always trying to do. If I'm doing something, I'm trying to get my purpose out of it. And I think this is something I wish I knew sooner, or like back in the day. Sometimes you can say no. It's okay. If you don't enjoy it, don't waste your time. Say no and just do the things that you want to do, because time is so precious. No one can give you back time.
That's okay, don't worry. Well, I think that is honestly all-encompassing of everything that we're trying to do here, right? The point of this entire initiative is not only to introduce you to some of the incredible women that are doing the damn thing, but also, you know, you hold inherent value. You're in this space for a reason. You're making the space better. You are worthy of being here. And that is, if there's one thing that you take away from the weekend, I hope it will be that. With that, we're gonna pause. I'm gonna ask we're gonna give our panelists a massive round of applause. And I am gonna ask them to take their labeled seats here. we're going to give you just a couple of quick announcements, and then I promise we're going to get you warm because I recognize that it's cold. Thank you, guys. Grab your jackets. Poor Bex. Whoops. Okay, thanks for letting me get organized there. First of all, a quick little logistical thing. When you guys exit this tent, you're going to be greeted by all of our incredible vendors, our incredible partners. You're also going to see on the left side, you'll see 2 big Dirtfish tents. Those 2 Dirtfish tents are our workshop sessions. So we will have the small 10 by 10 tent is going to be filled with drivers and co-drivers telling you exactly how to get into the sport. You can ask them any question that could possibly come to your mind, and they're here for all of those questions. Just next to them is our mechanic workshop. We have 5 incredible female mechanics here at Dirtfish today that are going to show you all of the differences between one of our school-prepped BRZs and a competition-ready BRZ. So that's amazing. We have some, you know, Michelle Abadi was saying a lot of words about aligning with people who recognize what you're trying to do. We're incredibly fortunate that the sponsors on the wall behind me are recognizing just that. We've got representatives from most of these sponsors in the room, and I'd like to really extend a massive, massive moment of gratitude to those sponsors who not only are letting us know that they believe in us, but they're giving us the resource to do exactly what we're setting out to do. So thank you so much to our sponsors that are here today. As we move forward, Dirtfish we're making our footprint a little bit bigger this year. We're moving forward with our Women in Motorsport initiative in some really exciting ways. The first one that I'm very excited to share with you is that the competition BRZ that you see sitting out there in the Dirtfish stand is actually going to go to a fun new home, for a temporary new home, and that is to the LeMay Automotive Museum. They are here in the room today, and they are dedicating a Women in Motorsport initiative display to Dirtfish Women in Motorsport with that car on display. So thank you so much. So it's not just Dirtfish Women in Motorsport that is sharing this message. We've also got an incredible representative. Where's Erin? Erin, can you wave? There you are. Erin is a Dirtfish alum, and in 2023, she founded the Bluebird Fund, which is completely committed to fostering philanthropy, community, and opportunity in motorsport. We have some scholarship recipients from the Bluebird Fund in the room right now. There's Maddie Tabor right there. And so Erin is doing the work too. She's actively putting resource and financial support behind female drivers. So thank you, Erin, for that. A really fun one in an effort and as proof of our commitment to get more women in the driver's seat. If you're here today, and only today, and if you're on the live stream, we have a special discount code for anyone that wants to register for one of our all-women's programs. If you are interested in registering for one of the all-women's programs, you can check out Kelly and Xander at the front desk. Will get you 10% off your program, and that's happening this month. So you can get super excited about driving today and actually get in the driver's seat later this month. The other group that I absolutely have to shout out, you people have probably noticed some women walking around the property with red and white polka dot bandanas. There they are. These are, Dana, will you stand up? This is Dana. She is a representative of the Jesse Combs Foundation, who is entirely committed to getting more women into male-dominated spaces. Our raffle will benefit the Jesse Combs Foundation, so any participation in that raffle will go directly to getting women into more sports like ours. And lastly, I'm most excited about this one, I have to say. We're very excited to announce that in 2024, Dirtfish Women in Motors, oh my God, I'm gonna cry. In 2024, Dirtfish will be launching our own Women in Motorsport Scholarship. So we're gonna take a young woman all the way through the Dirtfish Rally curriculum. We're gonna teach her from start to finish. We're gonna get you in a Dirtfish prepped car on the stages of the American Rally Association National Championship. All of that training will happen here at Dirtfish, and we're so excited that we already have Alpine Stars on board as our official safety sponsor. Yeah. You think the day ends here, but it doesn't. So I'm gonna set everybody free. Once again, I would like to extend my most massive gratitude for braving all of the conditions to be here with us, to all of our panelists for sharing their time and their stories with us. You don't have to leave yet, because after our workshop sessions, we're coming right back in here. We're gonna reorganize the room a little bit, and you'll get to see a very, very intimate and once-in-a-lifetime fireside chat between Bex Williams and Michelle Mouton right back in here at 4 o'clock. If you're registered for a thrill ride, head to the front desk, get in that thrill ride car. They'll take you for a super speedy lap. And thanks for believing that, or thank you for helping us promote the message that yes, young girls can do this too. So, all right. Don't trip. It's a hazard. Yeah, of course you can. Maybe don't hold this in the chair. Okay, where can I put this before I break it? 1 second.
in the car. Rallying is expensive. Your sponsors want to see their logo. You I guess as me, sure everything's okay. It's not too bad. Pull down kind of. So when you girls are ready, very common. Yelling, nervous. So. Does anyone so far? So fun fact, don't ever take with you. Don't do it, don't waste your time. The only time I do snap-on tools is for like Allen wrenches because it has really fine machining. But when you try, there was a season that actually had the case stolen and he even had the air tag in it. Because on is up during the service part of about rallying, you are left, you have to fix what you have. So you have to get creative. And sometimes your tools are part of it. So don't waste your money on the big fancy tools. It's how you use it anyways, right? Any other questions? If you are running a car alone and you can't and gear to spanner your wheels, the most important building a rally car is basically planning for a disaster. Do whatever you can while it's because you're limited on what you have. Get your shit handled at the shop. Let's see, because if you prepare properly, you will survive. If you prepare a right car, all you need to do is just make sure you have brake pads and your wheels are on. So make sure that everything is having parts, all of that. Questions about any builds you have, you can reach out. Serviceability is very important. You need to take those off pretty easily, right? On top of that, there are certain pieces you want off without anything else attached. So if you fitted your bumper to, I don't know, your quarter panel, chances are you're damaging your quarter panel at the same time. So let's see, another thing, the girls are putting the lug nuts on by hand. That's a universal thing, whether it's motorsport in the shop, first by hand. One, we don't for on the wheels. And that is because we like to in the dirt. And when you have a bolt that has a bunch of dirt stuck to it, and if you're using a nut gun, you can actually damage that bolt and you can't get it out again. But if you do it by hand, you're not friction welding itself basically together, and you can actually feel if something is wrong. So stay away from power tools during everything by hand. Let's see, here, I got one. I have to set it. Let's see here. So, that's all I can really think of right now, you guys. Come on, I know you guys have questions. All right, Dana, what's up? Get into this. I got into this. I was too scared to drive. No, not. Honestly, I got into turning wrenches out of necessity. I was dating a boyfriend who was a car guy, and I don't know if you guys have seen, but there's lots of polka dots here. And do you guys know what these represent? So the Jessie Combs Foundation is here with us today. And if you don't know who Jessie Combs was, she is the planet's fastest woman on 4 wheels. Jessie was the reason why I turned wrenches. And I know that this can be pretty intimidating when you are one of or, I don't know, the only chick in a service park. And so seeing someone do something that piqued my interest was really cool. And so basically Jessie got me into turning wrenches. I went to tech and learned about rallying. I've always been a very competitive person, and history can't be made alone, and that's why I love a team environment. Yeah, so, dude, these girls are doing it, and I'm like, all right, it's time to put it down, and it's already down. So that's awesome. So as we put the car in the air, it's basically reverse order. The butt goes down first. And as the stands come out, you yell, left stand out, right stand out, and then once the person on the front of the car hears that, they'll lower the car down. There's a lot of speculation about whenever works for you. Because in theory, that nut gun should already have your wheel on as torqued it should go. So you pull and twist. Yeah, pull. Jacks are there you go, yeah. My first time ever playing with them, I'm like, what's wrong with it? But yeah, so those, if you ever see the AC jack, here, one more, keep pulling up and then twist. Oh, there we go. Yeah, and now you should be able to pull it out. Yeah. They take a while to get used to be honest. So there we go. So at the end, here's the thing. Yes, Dana, you're on it. Yeah. So here's the thing. At the end of the service, people that you these people, you cry with these people. End of the service, you whether it's a hug, whether it's a high five, you always see highest level even everybody embraces and says thank you, because our job here is it's scary. So with that being said, let's give the girls a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Good job. Thank you. righty-tighty, lefty-loosey. So, this is on. You see the arrow? The other side, off. Now, we're going to before you use it, before you pull the nut, just pull the trigger. And I want you to feel it's going to okay, so don't get scared, okay? Nut guns have more reverse torque than they do going on. Come on up. And you can use your hand to help spin it on. There you go, just like that. Now, this sounds weird, but when you pull that trigger, push. There you go. Now you have 4 more. Push and spin. There you go. Hell yeah. Okay, now we're gonna go on. Who has not put a wheel on before? Everyone here has put a wheel on. Have you put a wheel on? Do you know the star pattern trick?
No.
Okay, so when we put our wheels on, so like I was saying earlier, we put them on by hand, by a couple threads. Whoop. And then when we put our lug nuts on, we go in a star pattern because that ensures that the wheel is flat to the hub. Oh, other way. There you go. So there is a cone on your lug nut. That wants to go towards the wheel because that helps center everything nicely in there. So now, choose a lug. We're going to switch our button there to the on position. I think we got it. Yep, there you go. Okay, and then you can use your hand to put it on the lug. There you go. Now send it. There we go.
So what?
And now we go over here, and we're going to create a star pattern. Yep. Hell yeah. What was your name?
Danny.
Danny? Everyone, please give Danny a round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you, Danny. Now we know that the boyfriend's going to call you to change the tire on the side of the road. Does anyone else want to try it? Does anyone else want to see if they do the no lift? Does anyone know about the no lift trick? All right. I have a spare somewhere. Stand by.
Just grab another one. Yeah.
There you go. Thank you. Yeah, you want my hand? Like, I need a battery.
I'll be real grumpy next time just to tease you. You'd be like, oh, what happened to her? The attitude changed.
It's the day after the race. Don't talk to her.
Yeah, exactly. Travis wasn't listening. Probably the case.
Well, please take this back.
Oh, sorry.
So I was like, they're never gonna see me. I'm in your way.
Hello. Well, we just saw the amazing workshops led by Heather Haller, who's just to my left, with all of our amazing female mechanics. I mean, there's honestly nowhere else that I've seen this number of female mechanics in one space. And the whole goal here is to make everybody understand just how accessible this sport is. So whether it's mechanics, press, social media, marketing, driving, co-driving, team managing, no matter what the role is, there's space for you in the motorsport world. And that's exactly what we're all about here today. So behind me, you can now see so many of our visitors getting to hang out with our amazing female mechanics, getting to prove that they can do it too. I'm inspired, I'm floored, I'm constantly impressed by these women. So I feel, it would have been selfish for us to keep them to ourselves. So we're really happy to share them with everybody here. Otherwise, right now, we're actually going to move over to something, the finished product of what these amazing mechanics work on. We've got our thrill ride cars up and running. We've got drones in the sky. We've got our instructors in the driver's seat, and we're taking folks for very, very speedy rides around the property. So the next footage you're going to see is some aerial footage of those thrill rides. Next time, if you're not here, get here so that it can be you in the passenger seat. And we'll just keep loving and enjoying the day. Thanks for tuning in, everybody.
So excited. They picked me over Travis. Yes. Thank you. Did everyone get that on camera? We're rolling. See you, girls. How are you, ladies? Good. That's good. Would you like a poster? Sure. Can I get you into rallying? You're like, oh, maybe.
I like going in circles.
Oh, no. It's really cool racing on cliffs and trees.
I like all of it, though. I'm not
Are you
opposed.
sure you don't want to, race on cliffs and trees?
Maybe one day. I'm not opposed to anything.
Would you guys like I've got these are sunglasses, pens, drink bottles, hats. The hats, these ones are signed by my husband and I. These ones are signed by Travis and I.
One of the ones with Travis. Yeah, I was going to say one by Travis.
Lucky you got here early because we're going to run out. Would you like a poster too, or you're okay?
Sure. Yeah. Please. I know. A little bit of moisture in the air.
Yeah.
Our thrill ride course. This is so amazing because I get to drive this course. Well, I'm really lucky. I get to drive it fairly frequently. But this is an angle I've never seen. What a great perspective. So we're looking for Michelle Miller, who's about to start giving a thrill ride in one of our school BRZs. We've got multiple BRZs out there today with 3 of our female instructors, Michelle Miller, Tasha Krug, and Kendra Miller. The 2 Millers, ironically enough, are not related. Wow. Okay, well, it probably seems pretty dreary to you. We are getting some rain here at Dirtfish, but honestly, that just makes the rally roads way more fun. What you're seeing right now is some cars in our parking lot. You're also seeing our shop, which is over on the right-hand side and behind that big trailer that you see. We've got a full group of mechanics in there, day in, day out, who are just the best of the best. Oh, here she comes. This is Michelle Miller driving a thrill ride lap with a customer in the passenger seat. Michelle is, again, one of our senior instructors. She's actually been with us for about 10 years. Here she goes. Here's the thing about Michelle. She's never going to miss the opportunity to go a little extra sideways when it's raining. Case and point. If you're in the passenger seat of that thrill ride, woohoo, it's donut time. If you're in the passenger seat of that thrill ride, you are feeling fast, you're feeling sideways, you're feeling the gravel spray, which is such a unique experience to any other type of race car. And at Dirtfish, if you come to visit us, we can teach you exactly how to do it. Don't forget that we offer programs half day, 1 day, 3 day, private, corporate. We offer everything that you need to get you behind the wheel as well. There goes Michelle. She's going to take a long sweeper here and just kick the rear end out just that little bit. You can tell that it's muddy and sloppy out there. She's getting a little bit of interesting traction, but she's having a total blast. So next time you come out to one of our events, you don't want to miss out on a thrill ride. Most of our events we offer them at, definitely Summerfest, which is going to be coming up in July. But this is such a great angle to watch the thrill ride. You're getting to see some of the back roads on our course today via this live stream, which you wouldn't normally see unless you were taking a 3-day program. So this is a unique treat. If you take one of our shorter programs, half day, 1 day, you pretty much stick to the front half of the property, which is just as fun. Absolutely. But when you're hitting this back part of the property, it definitely brings in a unique character here. You can tell Michelle's having fun. See how smooth she is. I think that there's a perspective or a perception that if you're doing rally, quote unquote, right, you're going all over the place like crazy. Let me tell you, if the lines are as clean as Michelle's are, that's the fastest you're going to go. That's the only way to get the really good speed. We always joke at Dirtfish that every time you try to drive fast, it's your slowest lap. And every time you feel like you're driving slow, the time is the quickest of the whole day. Oh, that's a great angle. This is just as much fun for me. I hope you guys are enjoying. Oh, we got some mud splatter on the lens. That's Dirtfish for you. There's a reason for the name. And when dirt turns to mud, we have just as much fun. Don't forget that we are about to tune into our fireside chat. So if you are here on site, head to the panel tent. If you are not here on site, you're about to see the coverage of the most intimate one-on-one conversation between Bex Williams, WRC, all live lead reporter, as well as Michelle Mouton, absolute rally legend and WRC stage rally winner. So we will see you soon.
raffle prizes or for the fireside chat, you are at the right place. So we're going to go ahead and get started. First off, I'm going to pull a raffle prize for Snoqualmie Running. This is for a pair of shoes. Okay, Snoqualmie Running, pair of shoes. We have 6, 4, 6, 8, 2, 1. Anybody? So the number 6, 4, 6, 8, 2, 1. Woo! Come on down. All right.
That'd probably be a good plan.
That works for me.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thanks.
Awesome. All right, so next prize we've got from Two Neighbors Garage. This is for an oil change. I'm shaking these up. I'm shaking them up. We're gonna rip into it. Okay. We have 6, 4, 6, 1, 6, 0. All right, one more time. 6. Woo! Come on down. Claim your prize. Sorry, it's.
I'm so excited that I don't have to change my oil myself right now.
So there you go. Front desk and receive your prize. You can do it later too.
I'm just going to put one more chair up here.
Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to throw my. If I can use that, I can throw trash in there. That'd be great. Okay, all right, next prize from 425 Motorsports. We have a gift certificate and merch. We're gonna shake it up. All right, all right. We're gonna mix it around. That was two. Okay. 7, 8, 9, 5, 6, 0. One more time. 7, 8, 9, 5, 6, 0. Woo! Come on down. All right.
5, 6, 0.
Fabulous. All right, so I'll give you this. You can take this whenever to the front desk and receive your prize. Yeah. All right. So this one here, I'm going to draw 2 of these tickets. This is from Hoosier, set of 205 hard rally tires. We're pulling 2 tickets, that's right. Okay. First ticket. 6, 4, 5, 8, 8, 5. Anybody?
Hoosiers.
Woo! Awesome. Awesome, great. So you can take this to the front desk and let them know, and they'll give you your prize later. Okay, I'm pulling the second one now for that. Second one. Okay. Ticket 7, 8, 8, 9, 4, 4. One more time. 7. All right, come on down. All right, you guys, next up. Okay, so this is a special one. McRae, we've got some signed McRae tees. All right. The winner is 7, 8, 9, 4, 9, 1. Woo! All right. So there you are. Fabulous. There's that. So you'll take that to the front desk and we'll give you your prize. Yeah. And just as a reminder to everyone, Right after this raffle drawing, we're going to be in here for the fireside chat. So you are at the right place. Okay, from Miele, we have battery and a battery unit. This is a Dirtfish branded one with them. It's pretty cool. I have seen it. I will vouch for that. Number 645881. 645881. All right. Come on down. Nice. Okay.
Oh, that's nice.
Awesome. There's your next one.
Exciting.
All right. So, Issaquah Family Cairo. This is a gift certificate for 6 float sessions. All right. We're going to shake this up. I don't know. What do we think? Is that the winner? That's the winner. Okay. 646166. Lots of sixes for 6 float sessions. Seems to make sense. I'll repeat it. Woo! All right.
Thanks again.
Of course.
I don't know which one you want.
There you go. That's great. Thank you. All right. Let's see what we've got next. Okay, Alpenstar. This is for the women's Stella suit. Gonna shake it up. All right. All right. Number 646792. 646792. All right, we've got a winner. Woo! Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Next we have from A's Performance, Team Merch. We're gonna shake it up. Okay. And our winning number is 646078. 646078. Woo! All right. Yeah, you can give me that one there. Perfect. There's your prize. You can claim that at the front desk. All right. Now we have got from Avance, our Avant friends, we have a membership with them and some Avant swag. Oops. We'll get back to that. Okay. All right, the winner is 646050. Woo! Awesome. Great. So there's that.
Here's your membership.
Woo! All right, everyone. Our next prize from Subaru Motorsports USA, we have signed merch bundle by Rhiannon and Travis. All right. Okay, our lucky winner is 795710. 795. Woo! Congrats. You see that? Fabulous. There you go. You can claim it at the front desk. All right. Now our next prize. This is from K2. This is for a pair of skis. Mindbender 99 Ti women's skis. We're going to shake it up. We want to shake it more? Okay, our winner is 7889 right, next prize, we have the Aurora Women's Heated Vest, which would have been really nice today, wouldn't it? Yeah? All right, we'll shake this one up. Okay, can't feel these. There we go. All right, 646961. Woo! All right, fabulous. You can take that front desk and receive your prize. All right, so this one is from Miele. We're doing a $100 gift certificate. I'm pulling 3 of these. All right? We will have 3 winners. Okay, our first winner, 646943. 646943. Okay, we're gonna, all right, woo, we've got our first winner. Congrats. Awesome. So you can take out the front desk to receive your prize. Yeah. Okay, we're pulling 2 more of these. So our second winner for that gift card is 646944. He got 2 of them, you guys. 1 twice. All right, do we think he's gonna win the 3rd one? What are your guesses? Yes or no? Okay, so here we go. I mean, I don't know if you want to go too far. Your luck's pretty good right now. 646399. 646399. Oh, we've got a winner. All right, we have 2 prizes left. 2 prizes left. This one is from Icon Meats. This is a gift pack from Icon Meats. We're gonna go with this guy right here. Okay, 6463996. 646396. Did I add an extra number? Let's try this again. Okay, 646396. No? Anybody? Okay, we're gonna try one more. All right, I'm looking at a red ticket, 789494. Come get your meat. Awesome. So, perfect. Great.
Thank you.
There you go. All right, everyone. So this is our last one. This is going to be a nice little local bundle that we have. So from South Fork, it's a $50 gift card. From Dark Horse, you've got a gift card. From Snoqualmie Brewing, you're getting a whole case of beer. So I hope you're prepared for this day. You're also going to be going to Pearl and Stone Wine Co. You're getting a bottle of wine and a tasting for 2. Then you're also going to be going to Down to Earth, where you guys are going to get a $25 gift certificate and some merch. Then you can finish off your night at North Bend Theater with 4 VIP Admit 1 tickets. How's that sound? All right, so we're going to shake this one up. I'm going to hold both ends. All right, and then actually I'm going to have this person here reach in and grab me one. Can you grab me one of those in there? Eyes closed, we're not looking. Okay, we've got a yellow ticket for our local bundle. We're looking at 646401. Woo! All right. right, everyone, thank you so much. Again, reminder, you are right where you need to be. We are having the fireside chat after this.
has been slightly unkind to people outside, but I hope you've had a good time today, you've enjoyed today? Yeah? Perfect, perfect. Well, I'm Bex Williams. I was chatting earlier. This lady obviously needs no introduction, the beautiful Michelle Mouton, and a familiar friend next to you, Michelle.
Oh, yes, I didn't see the car.
No.
Outside before.
It was outside before, but it's very much in here now. So Michelle and I just going to have it's called the fireside chat. So we have a few candles. We're not quite feeling the warmth, are we? Not quite yet.
Not yet.
But we're just going to have a general chat about Michelle's amazing career. We told you earlier on, she's celebrating 50 years in the sport, which is just phenomenal. It really is. It really is phenomenal. And I was just going through her WRC statistics. Michelle did 50 WRC events, 4 victories. The only female driver to ever win a WRC event. And and she didn't just win the events, she won them in style. And we're going to talk about that in a little bit more detail later. But I told you earlier on that I produce a podcast called WRC Backstories, and last year we interviewed Michelle and we went right back to the start of it all. And you spoke very briefly earlier on about having support from your parents growing up, but you weren't introduced to rally until you were 22?
22, yeah.
22. So tell us about how it started for you, Michelle.
It started by a competition of rock and roll.
Yeah, so a rock and roll competition. This lady was at a dance. She was doing a thing on the dance floor, and what happened?
Yeah, it started like that because a friend of mine, we were doing the competition together, and you know, when they stop the music and you have to wait that they eliminate a couple, he started to talk and said, I am going to Corsica, I am doing a rally there, and with your car? Yes, with my car. I was excited, and he explained me how it works and everything. So finally he proposed me to go with them and his co-driver to do the recce. And so I accepted, and I went and I did all the recce on the back of the car. And I could see that together, you know, it was not going very, very well. And after the rally, he really... I could see sometimes he was writing some note that the driver was saying. He didn't write everything because I was on the back, so I was looking everything. And so to make the story short, after the rally, he proposed me to co-drive for him. And the first event was Monte Carlo 73. So Monte Carlo for me was, you know, I didn't know anything about the World Championship. So I started my first co-driving as in the World Championship event, and it went quite well. A few rallies together, but my father was also following us all the time. And after a few events, he told me that, you know, I know you like to drive. I was starting to drive. I was 14, so you know, between 14 and 22, I have been driving a lot. I would prefer that I buy a car for you, I will pay for a season, and if you are good enough, you continue. If you are not good, you stop. But I will pay for one season in the good condition, with the good material, and he bought me an Alpine Renault, and here I am. I have to start. I didn't know anything about, you know, I remember the first stage I did. You know, my foot was shaking on the throttle, you know, like we all know about. And here I started, and I didn't know anything about what I have to do. Okay, I knew we have to go fast, but that's all. And I first did a rally, as I said previously, only with women. And then the second rally was the most difficult one in Tour de France, and so here I am, and I did the first season. At the end of the season, I heard that I was already lady champion in France. So I got my first sponsor, and I continue, 84, 85. Where is the microphone? 84, 85, and I continue like that. So without a rock and roll competition, did the motorsport.
I think what Michelle is saying, that if you get the opportunity to party, you need to do it because you never know where the opportunities will come from. But how great your dad was, Michelle, to say, you know, here you go, here's the money for a season. I want you to do this properly. I am putting my faith in you. I mean, that was an amazing thing for him to do.
And he didn't think you are a woman, you have to show them anything. You know, it was not a question at all. What I understood also, of course, afterwards, that he would have loved to do what he proposed to me. And it was too late for him, and of course, he was hoping he could do something.
Yeah, and you did do something. I mean, but I love the fact that you started as a co-driver first before you switched into the driving seat, because I think it's so important to learn the skill that the co-driver has to have, because that helps you understand the driving a little bit as well.
It understands. At the same time, when I was co-driving, I was not impressed by what I could see next to me, you know. He didn't impress me a lot, so for me, I thought it was easy to do it, you know.
Wow. No, but, okay.
When you have never had a time stage, I mean, you don't know what it is, you know. It's when you see the clock that you can realize if you are fast or not, but I was not impressed. It's true.
But you'd never, you know, obviously you'd never competed, you'd never done rallying until that point in your life, but you liked to drive your father's car at home. I remember you telling me this. And you got behind the wheel at a pretty early age, yes? 14.
Yeah.
And the legal limit was a bit higher, I think, at that point.
18, yes.
So 14 years of age, Michelle Mouton is hooning around the roads of the south of France.
I remember the first time my father was in the kitchen, and you know, we had the big properties for perfume. My hometown is the capital of perfume, Grasse, and so we were growing roses and jasmine. And so I steal the car with some friends, and I said, push me, and I have to start this bloody car. And I started, and my father was in the kitchen. He saw his car, and he thought somebody was stealing his car. And then he saw somebody small in the car, and it was me. It's true.
I love that.
It's true.
I love that. So the early days of your career was a lot of competition, obviously.
In France.
In France.
Yes.
And
yes,
that is where you learned your trade.
Yes, I mean, you know, when you start, you do what is around your hometown, and but you know, south of France, it's a big place for rallying. We have a lot of rallying in south of France, including Monte Carlo. So I did few rallies, and everything went well.
It did go well. You did have the dream career, in the sense that you were really producing results. However, I remember you telling me that there was a time where maybe you were becoming, not complacent, that's not the word, but you knew you had to put everything into it. And did your dad say to you at one point, you absolutely need to focus here?
Yeah.
Get serious, Michelle.
I know what you mean. Yeah, because, you know, I was partying a lot, and I love to enjoy life, and
cheers to that.
Yeah.
Life's to be enjoyed.
Yes. And one evening, after many run, he came to me and he said, look at the result. He didn't say anything else. And then I was 8 or 9 in the classification. So I thought, okay, now I have to be serious for the future. I will stop everything, you know, smoking, drinking, everything. Drinking only water, maybe it's not fun. So I said, water or champagne. And since 40 years, I drink only champagne.
It's true.
It's true.
It's true. We've got a lovely story. I know I'm kind of jumping on here, but I'm just going to pick little points from Michelle's career. But a good few years ago, maybe 10 years ago now, we were at Rally Argentina together. And a lovely father and son had bought you a beautiful bottle of champagne.
Yes, it's true.
And Michelle said to myself and a couple of the other girls, tonight we drink the champagne. And it was a school night, it was rally week. We drink the champagne tonight. So we sat down, it was only 4 of us together. We drink the champagne, and Malcolm Wilson, the boss of M Sport Ford, comes to our table. And he's like, girls, what are you doing? What are you doing? We're drinking the champagne. And he looked at the bottle and he said, I've been gifted one of these bottles as well. I'll go and get it. Actually, I'll ring the service park. They can bring it over. And they brought over the champagne and we drank that as well.
Yes.
And it was quite a difficult day of broadcast the next day, I can tell you. But what was interesting that night is that we'd had a few glasses and we were a little bit merry. And we were testing Michelle and Malcolm on their careers. How many wins did you get? How many second places? How many third places? And I was amazed at how little you and Malcolm knew about your own careers.
Yes. Yes.
It was astounding. The wins, yes, of course, naturally. But when we came to second places, third places, it was like, I don't know.
No.
You tell me.
I don't remember.
But you're not such a massive fan of the statistics. It's not so important to you, no?
There is even event I don't remember. No, it's true.
Talk to me about the events you do remember, though, and talk to me about the first WRC win, because that was special. 1981.
Yeah.
San Remo.
Yes, San Remo.
And just such an incredible event.
Yeah, 2,800 kilometers, 62 special stage.
62 stages, 62.
Yeah. 8 hours of racing, 5 days and 5 nights. And yeah, it was a big event, mix on gravel and asphalt. One first etap on asphalt, then on gravel, and the last part again on asphalt. So it was a long rally, long event. You know, the rallies at that time were like marathon. And so at the beginning I was not so good, and then little by little I started to improve. And at the end I was leading, I don't know, I think it was more than 1 minute 30 something. When we, just before arriving to San Remo, we heard a big noise on the car, and we lost the calipers. And so we have to stop quickly to change with the service, and we were not sure to arrive on time. And finally I managed to arrive with 32 seconds for the last night in San Remo, leading in front of Ari Vatanen, who was playing the championship. I was not playing, he was playing the title for the championship. And here, after 4 nights and 4 days, you have to do the last night, a long stage, 42 kilometers. And of course you are completely tired, and when we arrive in the hotel at San Remo, normally you go to sleep for 4 or 5 hours, and then you start again for all night. I couldn't fall asleep. First of all, I said to Fabrice, we have to go back to the stage to check our notes. So we took the car, a normal car, we went for the loop of 42 kilometers, then come back trying to fall asleep. Couldn't sleep. I have my chiropractor with me who helped me a lot. I could sleep 2 hours. And then we started for the last night. Where is the sound? Yes. Yeah, it's here. And we started for the last night. And I remember because for me that step was very important. When we arrived on the starting line, I looked at Fabricia and I said, now we start this stage not like the last stage of the rally, but like if it was the first one. That means mentally, I didn't want to get any pressure. I didn't want to, you know, to feel, because you have to remember also that the quattro on gravel was very, very good and a big advantage, but not on asphalt. The car was understeering a lot, and so it was, you know, the Ford Escort was very good, and with an Ari Vatanen behind the wheel, it was really a big risk. And I knew that Ari was going for he didn't want to be second and be beaten by me, and he wanted to finish and to win, for sure. So I said to Fabricia, one of us will make a mistake. So we start this stage, doesn't matter what happened, but we start without pressure. And we did it, and middle of the stage, Harry Vatanen hit the rock and stop, and so we could finish and we won the rally. So of course it was very important, and it was important for the team, for all the mechanic. I remember, you know, they put flowers on the bonnet. It was just great. But what I remember is, you know, the strength to be able at this level to say, I was proud of myself, because it's not easy to say, you know, don't attack, don't try to give the maximum, you know. And so this helped me for the future, because I always remember that, you know, I thought if I can win today, I can win maybe tomorrow again. So it gave me some strength, really.
It was amazing, amazing performance, and the first ever female to win a WRC event. It's something so special, and it's not been matched again. Not been matched again.
And you know, you have to remember also that that time we were not 4 or 5 drivers able to win. I mean, we were like 15 drivers able to win. So, you know, the challenge was difficult. And yeah, and you know, what is important also is that you feel that you are progressing. It's that I was also very proud of it, because I could feel my progress. I could feel that I was quicker, and that I could manage the pressure and not to have any, you know, to go off or anything. At this level I was happy, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. What was the family's reaction to the news, and the fact that you were on the top step of the podium? You know, your father had put this huge amount of faith in you.
Very proud, but very discreet, and so he didn't say so much.
No?
No.
And I mean,
Always
you know, your friends at home as well, you know, everyone around you in your friendship group, you're off doing something completely extraordinary at the time. I mean, did anyone, were they amazed by you, or were they all very just passive as well?
You know, I don't know. I always...
It's a French thing, I think, right?
But I don't know, in my mind, I don't know if I am normal or not, but you know, I had the rally time, and when I was at home, I was like another person. I never mixed both, you know?
Yeah.
But when I was in rallying, don't talk to me about the rest, you know? I was completely focused on that. So when I was going back home with my friends, we talk about many things, but not about motorsport.
Yeah.
You know? It has always been like that.
Yeah, and
I don't, if you don't ask me, I don't speak about it.
Yeah, we know. I mean, we really have to encourage Michelle to talk about her life and her achievements, because she's so humble. And we want to celebrate you all the time, because what you've done is amazing. We've talked a lot about women in motorsport today, obviously, because we're at the Women in Motorsport Summit, but I want to know, because obviously I wasn't reporting on your action back then, and I wish I was, but I was too young. I think I was 4 when you had your first, but I would have loved to have been there to report on that. What was the feedback around you? You and Fabrizia, you were the women very much in the man's world at the time, and you had just done this extraordinary thing. Was there any negative feedback from your competitors and rivals, or not?
No, not at this level. Before, yes, when I started, you know, when you you have your standard car, like the Alpine was a Group 3 standard car. You couldn't touch the car, you know, everybody has the same car. So at that time, yes, there were some rumor that, you know, maybe I was going fast because my engine was not, you know, conform, or, you know, and until I won the Group 3 in Corsica. So then it was the FIA and the FIA scrutineering, and my engine was declared conform, the car was accepted, and so from that point, no more rumor. After that, they understood that it was not the car, maybe, but
it was
the
you.
driver. Yeah. Yes, yes.
One of my favorite stories that you talked about, and I have to say, when you told me, when you were telling the story, which you will in a minute, I had the biggest smile on my face. Talk to me about the renegotiation of your contract with Audi. So you've won your first ever WRC event, and you're renegotiating your contract to head into the next year. And you were doing all the negotiating yourself. She had no manager.
No,
it
never.
was Michelle Mouton in the room with a lawyer.
Yes. And Sanremo was one of October. So, yeah, he said to me, so we have to discuss about next year and you know, the amount of money for next year. I said, we don't have to talk. You just have to double it. Right? And I promise you, if he would have said no, I would have said goodbye. And I would have stopped. So, but he accepted. He was clever.
What was his expression though when you just said, no, no, you just double my salary?
It went like this out, you know. I didn't think, you know.
No, but that's good that you said it, but his face must have been like,
yeah.
What?
He was a little bit shocked, yeah.
I'm sure he was.
Yes.
And you continued then to negotiate throughout your career? It was you, just
all
all
my
you?
career, yes.
I mean, if you were to give some advice now today to the people here, the people
Take
watching.
somebody.
Was it a lot of pressure? Did you want?
No, I never had any pressure, you know.
No?
For money, I didn't have any pressure at all, but I was not good at all because you know, I don't like to negotiate or anything. And I just felt that it was good for me and it was enough. But if I would have had a manager or somebody, for sure, I would have got much more.
Yeah, absolutely. You went on to have wins at some really classic events on the calendar. So we have Portugal, which we talked a little bit about earlier, Acropolis, and Brazil. I mean, all really difficult events. And we go back to Portugal every year on the championship, and every year Michelle is mobbed by spectators. And you said to me a couple of years ago, you know, they haven't forgotten. And I'm thinking, of course they haven't forgotten.
No, but after 40 years, you think, you know, it's.
That's your modesty, though, and you're
it's not modesty. I am like that, you know. I am here today. I don't think about the past or anything. So, you know, what people have done a long time ago is good, fantastic. They did a fantastic thing, but, you know, I am more living today. So it's the same for me. You know, I think what I did in the past, who is interested by that? I mean, I don't make any effort.
Everyone is.
It's true, but I am true when I am saying that.
You live every day for the day and look forward rather than looking back, which is why, Miss Mouton, where are all your trophies stored? Where do you keep your trophies?
In the shed.
In the shed. In the shed. And they're covered in cobwebs. So in comparison, Fabrizia, co-driver, has got some beautiful displays.
All
Glass
in her
cabinets.
flat.
Lovely.
Everywhere.
And then yours are in the shed.
No, I cannot live with a trophy.
So there's not one trophy in the house at all?
No one.
No?
No.
But then it's all up here, I guess.
I don't know.
So
For me, it's not important. I mean, it's what I have in mind is okay.
Yeah.
What I did.
You talked about the Pikes Peak drama and amazing success earlier on today. But when you look back across the course of your incredible career, what would you pick as a personal highlight? What is the most important thing to you from it? The most important win, or maybe not even a win?
I always answer that it's San Remo because what I said previously, you know, it gave me so much strength to believe that I was able because, you know, it's not easy to. First of all, from the beginning when I started, my only motivation was to reach men's level. But not men's level, they were only men, so it's not difficult to, to wish about something else. But I never tried to say, oh, now I can become, you know, champion or anything. I never thought about that. But I couldn't accept to have the same car and not being able to do the same time, you know? To be with a teammate being 2 or 3 seconds by kilometer faster than me, I couldn't accept. Maybe too much pride, I don't know, if it's a question of pride or if it's a question of, but this was my only motivation, you know. And when I started with Anu Mikola, who was nearly world champion at that time, it was difficult and you learn, but I remember, you know, being so far behind him, you know, in the beginning, make me crazy, I was crazy. So I was thinking how I can go faster, and I learned the left foot braking. I learned everything to be able to, and this was my only motivation. So why we were saying that? What was the question? I forgot your question.
I've forgotten my question. I don't know what is in this, but it's good.
Like this.
You mentioned Hannu Mikkola though, and this is Hannu's car that we have here.
Yeah.
He was such a gentleman.
Oh, it was fantastic.
I only got to meet him on a handful of occasions, and every time he was one of those drivers who was so generous when you interviewed him. He gave you a lot of information, a lot of time.
You know,
it must have been a great teammate.
It was a great time, and he was a great man, really, because he was talking to me. You know, he was an engineer, Hannu, and he was doing all the testing, of course, and then he was coming to me and reporting to me and explaining to me. And sometimes I stopped him and I said, Hannu, don't explain. Tell me just how I have to fix the car to be able to do like you. But, you know, don't explain, because I am not mechanic at all. I don't know anything about mechanic. I had good feeling for the car. I could hear, you know, the difference on my car. This I could do it. And the mechanic didn't listen to me, unfortunately. But Hannu was just great, and we were really a team. We wanted to win for Audi. You know, it was just the beginning of this four-wheel drives, and it was something completely new. So, you know, it was really a good family. And then Stig joined the following year, and it was the same, except the fight between the Finn and the Swede.
Of course.
Yes, of course. But it was, it was a nice time, really, and gentleman. Really.
Talk to me about your relationship with Fabrizia and how that started, because there's a lot of people in competition in the room and watching, and you know, finding the right co-driver, building that trust is so important. How did you and Fabrizia get together?
I have been very, very lucky, because Fabrizia, okay, she's Italian, and when I was in Ingolstadt with Audi, and of course, I asked, but I knew the answer. When I asked if I could go with a man as a co-driver, the answer was no. They wanted a woman with me. So I didn't know. My own co-driver was not able to follow and to continue with me. But, you know, by rumor, we knew that Fabrizia was Italian, and she was a bike rider. And then she was also trying to drive herself in the car, and then finally she changed because she didn't see any progress. She changed for co-driving. Luckily, she was speaking French also, so we contacted her, and she said yes immediately. So we tried, you know, like you go and you try on the road, you try with the notes, and it went well very quickly. And Fabrice has been, you know, great support, and I always repeat how important a co-driver is, really, because we didn't have to talk so much, you know, we understood each other, we had the same goal, and so this is, it's luck also, because, you know, could have been the wrong one, and it has been the good one.
Yeah, you had a very similar temperament to each
yes.
other, you know, the
focus on what
personalities
we are doing,
matched.
and yes.
It is important.
Yeah, it has been very important.
What I've loved about your career is that you excelled at what you did, and you stopped, you had a family, you concentrated on that area of your life, made that excellent, but then you came back to rallying, and you've given back to rallying everything that you took out of it back in the day. The amount of influence that you've had over people, the amount that you do for safety and pushing things forward, I'm in awe of. And you know, you are still going and still so passionate. When other people have just gone, bugger it, I'm retiring, I want to live the easy life. You are not, you're at the coalface.
But
you are still going.
For me, it's a new challenge, and every time I do something, I try to do it well. So it's a new challenge to try to keep the level of safety at the highest point. And I have still the energy to do all the events, and I am not tired. I am never tired. So no.
She has more energy than I do, and it's
never tired.
It's incredible.
And,
talk to me about the challenge, though, of because in your role as our FIA safety delegate, Michelle is driving every single stage, but she's not driving. She's in the passenger seat, surveying the land, making sure that everyone is stood where they should be. But you're not driving. Now, I'm a very bad passenger, and I can imagine you're an even worse passenger.
Yes. The beginning have been very, very difficult. Very difficult. And I remember the first one, of course, again, was Monte Carlo, the first time. And the organization gave me a very nice person. And he was very happy to be with me. And I said, you know, I am a very bad passenger. And so we started the stage. It was dry. And unfortunately, when we arrived in Gap, we had snow. And so we started the stage. And as soon as we reached the top and we started downhill, he looked at me and he said, what I have to do? It was full of snow. What I have to do? I was really, I was like this, shocked really. And I said, you do anything you want, don't break. This was my first experience. Since then, I asked them to give me a driver who know how to drive on snow.
Scary.
But in the beginning, it was difficult, yes.
But I see you on every single event, and you're like a work colleague for me, as well as a friend, of course. So, when we come to situations like this where we're chatting, I'm interviewing you last year when we did the podcast, not that you forget what you have achieved, but when I go back and I check all my notes, I'm like, wow, it's just so incredible. Do you think we will ever see a woman like you in rallying again?
To be honest, I think, the rally my time were shooting more women than the sprint today.
Yeah.
Because I think women, we are better on endurance for the long effort than to go the peak. And most of the time I have seen, men being faster than me in the beginning, but then, boom, going down later. And I don't know if today I would have been, so successful, maybe. I'm not sure, because what I like, it was a long stages, longer it was, better I was, because, we know how to go progressively on the effort. And yeah, I don't know, but I have been also at the right time, because if you think, of course, I know why Audi choose me. They could have chosen somebody else, but I know that I did some result and everything, but I was also there at the time where it was the good time to be, Maybe they would have called somebody else, and I would have stayed French champion and not doing more. So sometimes you need also to be at the right time.
Yeah, I think it's what one of our panelists, was it India, said earlier, that there's a right time for everything.
Sure.
And you need to take everything at your own pace, and things will happen, and that's...
And also I remember that I had to fight more in the first stage, and I have been working on that, trying to change my brain, because the first stage I always wanted to check that everything was going well, that I was feeling the car well, that everything was okay. So I was losing time, that then is difficult to catch. And when I realized that, I have been trying to work to do like men, to start without thinking and full throttle. Yeah, but you are laughing, but it's an effort. Huh? It's not easy. Huh? It's not easy, and it has been a big effort for me to do that. And I don't know, it's maybe the difference between a man and a woman. But nevertheless, I think to have this very difficult endurance rally helped me quite a lot.
Yeah.
Also. Yeah.
Michelle, we're all in awe. And thank you so much for chatting with me at the fireside here. Everyone, I hope you all enjoyed Michelle's chat. Big cheers to Michelle. Now, Before we conclude today, I would like to invite our panelists, Pernilla, India, Vanessa, Michelle, back up to our little area here. We have a little presentation to give. Miss Mouton, I would like your assistance here. The lady behind all of this, the visionary of the Dirtfish Women in Motorsport, Josie Rimmer, who was our host earlier on today. Josie, where are you? We would like to invite you up to the stage, please. This is the reason why we're all here today. Josie's brainchild. Thank you. And we have a lovely bouquet of flowers, which Michelle will present to Josie. Another round of applause, everyone.
You know, the motivation, the energy that Josie is putting on this organization is just incredible. Anything we can do to help you, we will do. You have a fantastic place, and already congratulations for this big organization, and thank you to your team, always very helpful and very friendly. Thank you so much.
Yeah, lovely words. Yeah. It has been an incredible day. Josie, I don't know if you want to say a few words to round us off. I think you can.
Scared to touch it.
I know, right? Yeah, we're good. There we go.
Hello? Okay, I feel like I can hold it down here now.
Yeah.
Eric? Help.
The audio guy is having a heart attack.
Hello, there we go. That's great. Okay, don't touch anything else. Well, I wasn't expecting that, so now I'm all emotional. Thanks a lot, guys. But truly, it has been such an absolute privilege to have all of you here, those who stuck around through the sun and snow and rain and hail and sun, to make it all the way through the day. I know it's been a long one, but thank you for sharing this really incredible space with us. As you heard earlier, Dirtfish has no plans of slowing down in terms of the Women in Motorsport initiative. We're already seeing the rewards of exposing more and more young women to the sport. But I'd count myself the luckiest woman in the world to be up here with these powerful people. I'd also, I mean, you've seen the media crew running around with all of these cameras. It takes a village to make this event happen. All of our incredible sponsors. But again, if there's one thing you walk away from this event with, I hope that it is that there is space for you in the sport, that you add value to the room, and that we're all better in numbers. So thank you all so much for being here. That's a wrap on the third Women in Motorsport Summit. Now you can drink your champagne. You're free.
Thank